my friendo, my friendos, my friendos, my friendos, my friendos. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Ay. Just so you know, I'm not gonna take sides. Message received loud and clear. Good, because I don't like this one bit. You and Daddy should be on the same team. Sorry, True here. Wow, she's really mad. I'm sorry too, little lady. Something in my teeth. This is not my fault. I'm just worried things will never be the same between Daddy and Apollo. If they go through with this. Uh-oh. I won't worry about that. That's the way it is with us men. We may fight, but we don't burn bridges. Really? Sure, 1 minute we're trading blows and the next we're having drinks together. We're simple creatures at heart. Ha 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 ha. Sure hope you're right. So I'm late, Apollo. Athena, there you are. What happened with you and Mr. Wright yesterday? About that, I ended up going to the wrong airport. I was waiting there. I think his flight was really late. And before I knew it, I dozed off. By the time I woke up, it was already dark. I figured something like that had happened. Being late and lazy, dozing off are the two things you do best. Guilty as charged. So then I take it you have no idea what today's case is about? Not a clue, sorry. What is today's case about, if I might ask? Not a locker room mystery, a suspect with a flimsy alibi. Oh, a dying message. Sorry, strike 3, you're out. It's a civil case. A civil case? You act like I'm speaking Swahili here? Swahili. It's just the right anything agency specializes in criminal law, or so I thought. In civil cases, there are no prosecutors, right? Instead, both parties retain an attorney. Right. And the other attorney is someone you know very well. Really? Who? The trial will begin shortly. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Okay, let's do this. Apollo, wait. Who's the other attorney? And there is Mr. Wright. No time to explain. Let's go. Okay. Right behind you. You're about to find out, Athena. You're about to find out. Going in session. Oh, is this some sort of practice session? A mock trial, perhaps? No. No, it's not, Your Honor. It's the real deal, Your Honor. So then you two had a falling out? Had a falling out? I won't have you using my courtroom for that, you know? It's nothing like that, Your Honor. Exactly, it just so happens that we have different clients in this case. I see. Well, here's to hoping this has no adverse effect on your working relationship. You can say that again. I had no idea we'd be going up against the boss today. You sure this is a good idea, Apollo? What, do you want to switch sides? Honestly, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. At least she is here. I'm really going to need her help. Mr. Justice. Yes? Don't expect me to pull any punches just because you're the opposing lawyer. As I said, the kid gloves are off. And come what may, they'll stay off. Same here, Mr. Wright. If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. Yes, you guys are really chomping at the bit, aren't you? I don't mind a good fight between two co-workers. Just keep this civil case civil. Now that if the plaintiff would take the stand, we may begin. Right, left, halt. Noble judge, members of the gallery, good day to you. I am Paul Atishon. This is but the start of my epic campaign, and you all have the honor of witnessing it. I believe the youth of this country are our very future. Too long have they been looked down on and given the cold shoulder, so to them I say, ask not what you can do for your country, ask what you can do for me. Mr. Tisha, what is that crazy contraption you're riding? It's my custom-made election-winning campaign mobile. Beautiful, isn't it? You're at a witness stand, a campaign podium, so come out of this there. So come out of the in this instant. Fair. There's something in my throat again. Paul is alright. Now, would the plaintiff's attorney, Mr. Wright, please explain the complaint filed against the defendant. Mr. T-shirt complaint against the defendant is simple. The defendant, one Dirk Satmari, stole my client's family heirloom, the crystal of Amy Faye. Mr. T-shirt merely seeks its return. This wouldn't have happened if that archaeologist hadn't kicked the bucket. I see. Well, Mr. Justice, let's have your opening statement if you would. The defense asserts the item in question is the Founder's Orb, a sacred relic from Kura Inn. Go on. Seems someone asked an archaeologist, Dr. Archie Buff, to study the orb. Dr. Buff determined that it was a Kura-Innese national treasure known as the Founder's Orb. The very orb that was stolen from the treasure room in Kura Inn several weeks ago. Why, yes, I saw a news report about that. The theft of a Kura-Innese national treasure caused quite an uproar in the kingdom. Well, we believe that it was not in fact a theft in the traditional sense, but rather that it was spirited out of Kura Inn by someone for Dr. Buff to study. You don't say, and around that time, an acquaintance of the defendant learned of Dr. Buff, made contact with the doctor who agreed to hand over the orb. Apparently, the doctor wanted nothing to do with it once he learned it had been stolen. It seems you women have a transfer agreement between both parties. Mr. Sat Madhi also agreed to return the Founder's Orb to the Kingdom of Kura Inn. Once the doctor verified it was the real thing, I see, so this dispute centers on whether this item in question is the Founder's Orb or the Crystal of Amy Faye. That in turn will determine the object's rightful owner. Apparently, being my A-game going up against Mr. Wright won't be a walk in the park. Come to think of it, the name Dirk Satmaris sounds awfully familiar, but I can't really recall where I've heard it. Oh, it's probably your imagination, Your Honor. He's just a tourist after all. My imagination, you say. Are you sure about this, Apollo? He's a wanted criminal in Kura Inn, isn't he? In Kura Inn, yes. Here, he's just a tourist. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? We got Emma. Emma? Show some manners, we're in court. I know, it's just... This is a civil trial, so I was surprised to see a detective take the stand. I had to do some digging on Dr. Buff. What for? You disappoint me, Apollo. First, you know I'm not just a detective, I'm a forensic scientist. Do try to remember that. Second, you owe me, Mr. Wright, an apology. After all he's done for you, you have some nerve. First, I'm sorry. And second, I'm really just trying to do my job. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Take some advice from someone who's been out there. Why do I feel like I'm on a trial here? Detective Sky, your testimony, if you please. Alright, let's see here. The police have had their eyes on Dr. Buff for some time. Just today, a number of stolen artifacts were discovered in his study. Among them were a priceless urn and a statue that were stolen from the Fae clan. Seems the doctor would do anything to study artifacts, including steal them. As for the relic at the center of this dispute, he's likely stole it from the Artisan residence. Oh, fuck. No, he didn't. Doctor is a thief? Why am I just hearing about this now? Well, Cat Bullocker isn't something he'd put on his resume. He was more colorful than that. But the fact is, he was a classic treasure hunter. A treasure hunter, huh? Like people who have thrilling adventures in exotic places, risking his life and live for glory. I know that the Buff was the star of his own hit movie series, Athena. Out of respect for the dead, I will say that Dr. Buff wasn't doing it to get rich. Apparently, he only wanted to borrow artifacts to study them. He would then return them as soon as his research was finished. According to the Doctor's Child, he would even repair or restore some of the artifacts he stole before returning them. He believed he was honoring the dead by discovering their history through artifacts. But whatever the law of the ideals he held, it makes no difference. Larceny is larceny. Yes, he certainly sounds no different from a regular thief to me. So let's say for a moment that the Doctor really did not moonlight in stealing artifacts, but he not have stolen the famous orb in Ukraine and brought it back here himself. Nope, there's no record of him traveling overseas over the past few years. Plus, he couldn't very well have left his reclusive child at home all alone. Then this really must be the crystal of Amy Faye. Yes, he stole it from the Addition residence property so he could study it. This is the left hook I did not need. I bet you never saw that coming, Apollo. Yeah, when Mr. Wright said the kid gloves were up, he wasn't kidding. Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Alright. You say... Let's see here. You claim he stole a family heirloom from the Addition's residence, but claiming something doesn't make it true. Unfortunately, it is true. How can you be so sure? A police report was filed concerning the theft 1 year ago. In fact, 1 year ago? What? A whole year ago. August 25th of last year. To be exact, the report states, and quote, the crystal of Amy Faye was discovered to be missing from the Addition storehouse at 10 a.m. The storehouse lock had been picked. Signed, Paul Addition in person. Well, a year-old report certainly lends the plaintiff's claim the credence. The actor could really have stolen the crystal of Amy Faye. Not only that, Your Honor, but the family's orb was only found to be missing several weeks ago. That is nearly a year after the crystal's theft was reported. Therefore, I believe we must consider the orb and the crystal to be two separate items. Quality of Wimperson, not the most inspiring talent, is it? I see why he got it. Not that he inspires his confidence. Without it, still, I'd probably do the same in his shoes. A year ago? Police report was filed about the crystal theft a year ago. 10 a.m. Paul Attention. But the death of the Vanus orb was only reported a few weeks ago, so the crystal's police report was filed a day before the orb was found missing. That suggests that stolen relic is the crystal of Amy Faye, as Mr. Attention Wimperson asserts. I doubt the police report is a fake, after Emma is the one who submitted it as evidence. Still, I feel like something we're learning that police report is important somehow. Is it? Profile a year ago by one Mr. Owl, Addition report for theft of the crystal Amy Faye. Storehouse lock had been picked, Paul Addition Wimperson. Native obtained from the news and report on his research in the Vanus orb. Solve the pattern but have yet to crack the riddle. The Opaqua crystal orb is the key. Hey. Objection! The doctor stole the red from the plaintiff? Are you sure? Because that statement doesn't agree with this separate piece of evidence. What do you mean? Take a look at this. What about it? This contains an email from the doctor's computer. Email? In that little piece of plastic? I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, the stick here can store all sorts of computer data. It's a USB. Still don't get it. Here, just look at this. Apparently the doctor was reporting his research findings to a certain individual. Now take a look at this. It's the police report Detective Sky presented to this court. You can see the plaintiff's legal name on it. Politicians Wimberson. I can see why he dropped Wimberson from his name, but that's hardly breaking news. Look closer, Your Honor. His initials. Right. The plaintiff's full legal name is Paul Attitions Wimberson. Now consider this. The email has been not just there, just it's the 3 letters. P-E-W. Don't tell me. Oh, but I will anyway. The individual who hired the doctor to study the disputed item is none other than the Paul Attition Wimberson. Wait, then that means... Exactly, that he wouldn't have asked the man who stole his family heirloom to study it. Therefore, how could this possibly be the Crystal of Amy Faye? We never checked the doctor's emails. We couldn't even figure out the password to his computer. The plaintiff willingly left the orb in the doctor's care so he could study it. At the behest of his benefactor. Wait. Then what about the police report? I have all the details of the theft right here. It's probably for another relic, the real Crystal of Amy Faye. He's just using the report as a way to claim that our orb is actually his stolen crystal. Objection! And how are you certain, so certain that Paul refers to my client's initials? Maybe the email's recipient was a dog lover. Perhaps, so let's get to know your client a little better, shall we? Mr. Paul Attition Wimberson. Fair. I suppose shutting down the directors is all part of a politician's job. Answer me this, Mr. Attition Wimberson. What is your birthday? What is your birthday? My birthday? It's July 11. 7711. Aye. Oh, I see. You can address birthday gifts to my office. For full disclosure, I only accept gift valued at 1,000 or more. Why has everyone gone silent? How can anyone be that self-centered? Alright, politician. Did everyone hear that? He said July 11th. July 11th, or rather 711. 711 and matches the numbers in the email address. Both the name and birthday are a match. I only think that's a coincidence. Wait. Why you sneaky little? Looks like someone finally decided to join the conversation. Would the plaintiff care to explain? I would like to say that is quite what? Quite a thing you have said. Any other thoughts? No further comment. I stand by my previous statement. Where's it going? You can't just walk away. Even politicians have to explain themselves in a court of law. I'm afraid I still don't know how it happened. I can't possibly explain matters outside of my purview. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of my secretary. Oh, no you don't. You sleep very ill. Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? I won't argue your assertion. My client lent the treasure in question to the doctor and asked him to study it. It seems that much is a fact. Now we're getting somewhere. However, it has no bearing on the issue of ownership. How's the all? Mr. Artisan, I fully understand your position here. You had to hide the fact that you sent the crystal out to be studied. Your family would have been very upset if they had found out. It's a family heirloom after all. You gotta be kidding me. Mr. Wright is well right, of course. But then he always is. That's why he's my lawyer. The crystal is a precious Artisan family heirloom and has been for centuries. But Dr. Bob was so eager to study its proud heritage that I just couldn't say no. I didn't even tell my grandfather.
Objection!
But in order to win the backing of your so-called benefactor, you were going to give up what you claimed to be the crystal of Amy Faye to that person. You were going to give a precious family heirloom away, just like that. I was going to explain everything to grandfather later, honest. My client's grandfather is very proud of his grandson for following in his footsteps. And if refusing him would have meant dashing the dreams of his darling grandson, I doubt the kindly old man could have said no. Well, grandchildren are meant to be spoiled. That's what grandfathers are for. Your Honor, please, I mean it's been in the family for centuries. My grandfather thinks highly of my talents as a politician. That's why he entrusted me with this very important name play card today. So I'm sure he would have been okay with me using the crystal as I saw fit. Grandpa's poor little brat. I think the judge is buying it, Apollo. Not surprised there. No surprise there. He's always going on about his own grandchild after all. Excuse me, can I leave now, Mr. Wright? I believe my work here is done. By all means, Detective Sky. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. It's nice to testify at a civil trial once in a while. See you around. It seems the facts have changed somewhat. Mr. Attention Wimperson apparently lent his family heirloom to Dr. Puff. Miss Justice, how would the defense like to proceed? Oh, alright, now what? Apollo, let's hear what they know about this so-called crystal of Amy Faye. Maybe we can find some inconsistencies in their statements. Right. Okay then, Mr. Wright, if the item is in question really is on an Attention family heirloom, then let's hear all your client knows about it. Of course. Mr. Attention Wimperson, please tell the defense everything you know about the crystal origins. Alright, now the listening he learned. This is the tale of the crystal of Amy Faye and the illustrious history of the Attention clan. Are you ready? Our story begins back in the old country when the Attention family reigned supreme. Okay, before I go, let me go one more time over all of the, the evidence. Study photo. Study diagram. Entrance coffee bar. Research note. Mitama motif from Crane founding period. Mitama motif. Okay, this one, remember with the doctor's kit equipped with a camera and a microphone. Price meant he couldn't read anything without these. They were found on his desk. Okay. Manchester was praised as a benevolent ruler. He protected the spirit mediums, a minority back then from the rest of the locals. Some discriminated against them, you see, while others tried to abuse their power. As thanks, Amy Faye gave the crystal as she had specially made as a gift to him. I am descendant of that great lord. As such, my political power and influence is backed by centuries of history. Yeah, that developed into a great load of self-aggrandizing propaganda fast. As you can see, the crystal of Amy Faye is an heirloom of the estimate house of Attention. You have proof that it has always been in the Attention family. I have someone who gave a statement to that effect. My client's neighbor, Juan Ives Ginetto, age 85, gave the following statement. The Attention showed me the crystal back when I was about a lad. Can we really trust the memory of an old man? Mr. Justice? Would you care to explain that statement to the judge? Oh yeah, I didn't mean. What I'm trying to say is never underestimate the memory of your elders. I may forget my verdicts the next day, but the memories of my past are clear as day. Therefore, I find Mr. Ives' Shineto's statement to be perfectly credible. Wow, did you see how Mr. Wright got the judge on his side? That's definitely a trick of one up my sleeve. You're not helping. Athena. You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Justice. Give me a sec, guys. Magister, okay, let's see here. Okay, let's see here. You said she had it made so that it was made in Japan? That's right, they say she hired a famous craftsman to make it. They say it's quite valuable too. And you were going to make the extra priceless fairly heirloom. And just give it to your patron? Bet, that's so typical of your ignorant common types. A difficult decision when the chips are down is what being a politician is all about. But only when it's in service of your own political career, you mean. This is a testament of my ancestors' remarkable achievements. Furthermore, can I do something? The crystal she had been made for as a gift.
Hold it!
Tell me, Mr. Attention Wimberster, are you famous in Korean village? You can say that, but I find my popularity to be rather bemusing. Bemusing? Yes, my campaign posters keep going missing as soon as I put them up. My avid supporters and female fans are likely taking them home to hang in their bedrooms. Does ignorance release a place?
Hold it!
Hold it. I'm sorry. Is any of that relevant to the history of that relic's rightful owner? Have you never heard of a kingcraft? Kingcraft? The art of ruling as a king, my father drilled into my head from a young age. One of its precepts states, ruling awaits a ruler who responds to every single issue posed by the masses. Well, that answered my question about what he meant by king of this nation progress. Follow, who is this Amy Faye anyway? I believe she was the founder of the Korean channeling technique. The plaintiff claims she had the crystal made for his ancestors. That would mean it was made in Japan, right? Yes, I suppose it would. We got something? And the box containing the founder's orb. Tama motif from Korean founding period. From Korean founding period? Let me say something. Where was it? What? Let me. I'm not sure, but.
Objection!
You state that the Emi had the crystal made for your ancestors. So am I to assume it was made in Japan? That's right. The craftsman is unbeatable. Well, that's strange. I don't see how your so-called crystal could have been made there. What are you talking about? I think I got... Yeah. It's quite obvious if you take a close look at this.
Take that!
Take a look at the distinctive design here according to Dr. Buff. It's a Mitama motif dating back to the early days of the Kingdom of Khurain. The Kingdom of Khurain, and you base this on? Here. The piece of evidence, Your Honor. These are the doctor's research notes on the Founder's Orb. The Mitama. This is the box in which the orb was originally stored. It features the same pattern as the one found on the orb. They do look like the same pattern. Therefore, I assert that The dispute is that item must have been made in the Kingdom of Khurain. Eek, my play card!
Objection!
I'll check. The Khurain channel technique originated in the Kingdom of Khurain. An enemy phase known to have traveled there to train. With that in mind, what's to say she didn't bring that pattern back with her?
Objection!
But since this is clearly a Khurainese design that even you can deny, the possibility that it was made there in the Kingdom of Khurain,
Objection!
and it is possible to some extent, that doesn't make it true. So you can conclude that the orb is from Khurain based solely on that pattern. If it were that simple, I could just as easily say it's Japanese. I have to agree with Mr. Wright, the pattern alone proves nothing, but that also means there's no basis to claim the item is in dispute was made in Japan either. And at this rate, we are going nowhere up fast. He's right, we are just spinning our wheels here. Wonder if we have any evidence that could break this stalemate. Evidence that could break this stalemate? I don't think we have. There doesn't seem to be anything we can use, at least not at this point. Unless we can find something, this trial won't be going anywhere. Okay. Phew, that's much better. What's this deal? I have a suggestion. Why don't we consider this from a different angle? I'm listening. What if the Defiant Dragons really were authorized to take possession of the relic? I'm afraid I don't know where you're going with this, Mr. Wright. Consider this orb transfer agreement, which states, I agree to hand over the Phantom's orb to the Defiant Dragons if I will come to no harm. What if, as the last part suggests, this was written under duress? That would render the agreement null and void. What are you suggesting, Mr. Wright? While you were on your little cave expedition, I was investigating the Dr. Buff's accident. And there was something you overlooked, Mr. Justice. Namely, that his accident might have actually been murder. What? Murder? Well... Mr. Wright, you do realize such statements are not to be made lightly? Are you suggesting the doctor was murdered by the Defiant Dragon? Yes, but follow me on this for a sec. The books that came tumbling down were from the archaeology shelf. However, among that mountain of books was a single volume of psychology. What's more, there was some blood on it. And you feel this is important because... The books that came out tumbling downward from the top shelf. They are archaeology books. You know this because the doctor's books were meticulously organized by the subject. Archaeology book took up the entire shelf, so that psychology book is completely out of place. Come to think of it, the shelves were arranged quite carefully. It's also worth noting that psychology books only take up a tiny part of the bottom shelf. You might wonder why a book on psychology was found amid the pile of archaeology books, but I believe I can explain what that single out-of-place book was doing there. The doctor was struck from behind while selecting a psychology book from the shelf. That's when the blood got on the book. Precisely, and to make it look like an accident, he was buried under the mountain of archaeology books.
Objection!
Wait a second, this is all just speculation, right? Or do you have a proof that it was murder? Of course I do. Do you do? On a hunch, I had a detective Sky examine the doctor's head wound. She found that he's been struck by the corner of some object or another. Wait, what? A wound like that could have resulted from a fall to the floor, you know. Do you understand what this means, Mr. Justice? The wound makes it crystal clear that Dr. Bob was murdered. What? Yeah, that was unexpected. Would have thought we'd break out of the stalemate like this. He pulled the ladder right out from under us. Still, If he thinks that's enough to make me back down, he's got another thing coming. If the cause of death was murder, what makes you think it must define dragons? You should know better than to hurl baseless accusations.
Objection!
Did you forget who you were up against, Mr. Justice? Huh? You didn't actually think I'd come to court without witness and evidence, did you? Or what are you talking about? I would like to request further testimony from the plaintiff. Specifically, I would like the court to hear how he saw one of the rebels leaving the crime scene. He saw what? Bum 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 bum. If he can prove it was murdered, that's the end of our client's right to the orb. Did he have this up his sleeve the whole time? How could Mr. White do this to us? I was just waiting to spring this trap. This trial has taken another unexpected turn, but I must mention, Mr. Wright, that you have yet to identify the murder weapon. The object used to commit the murder was not located at the scene of the crime. The murder likely disposed of it elsewhere. Okay, was struck with the corner of some object. The time of death is between 10 and 11 p.m. Well, I never thought we'd be deliberating the issue of murder at a civil trial. Alright, Mr. Attention Wismerson, your testimony if you please. Prepare to be dazzled. Dazzled by a charismatic oration forged in the crucible of campaign battles. That evening I was walking alone, lost in thought. I passed by the doctor's house, and that's when I saw Mr. Arbol. Mr. Arbol? He was running out the front door. Arbol. Okay, that's... It was around 10 at night. Surely that must have been him fleeing the scene of his crime. A vote for me is a vote to end such violence. That is my promise to you. So the plaintiff saw a possible suspect fleeing from the doctor's residence, and it was within the window of the estimated time of death. That's Arbol. What in the world were you doing there then? Yeah, addition saw that fleeing the scene of the night of the murder. Seems Mr. Arbol was loitering about Kurain village that day. There is evidence he was in the doctor's study as well. Is that right, Mr. Justice? You mean the suitcase? Exactly, he must have been in quite the rush to leave that behind. Oh, and by the way, Your Honor, Mr. Arbol just so happens to be sitting in the gallery today. See, that's him trying to escape as we speak. Bailiff, don't let that man get away! Right, you backstabber! Why are you doing this to me? Alright, the counsel/defense may question the plaintiff/his witness once more. Please proceed, Mr. Justice. Well, shit. Okay, you were walking alone and lost in the dark.
Hold it!
Why were you taking a walk? Society is inundated with serious problems that must be solved, and as a politician, I'm always on the job thinking hard about possible solutions, even on my walks. Thanks for the non-answer. While we live out our comfy lives, there are starving children who suffer in the back alleys of our major cities. It's not in me to ignore such suffering. Vote for me is a vote to end the hunger and vote for world peace. Yes, Mr. Attention Wimperson, we are all well aware of your outstanding character. Now please continue with your testimony. I practically hear my poll numbers go surging. Now on with my speech. After all, the voting public must be informed of the magnificent that is me.
Hold it!
Where exactly were you when you saw Mr. Arbol? Right here under this tree. I saw him dashing out of Dr. Bob's from front door. And he didn't notice you? No, I was sitting by the tree. Is it really all that important to know? Yes, it is. Yes, but it matters a lot. I asked that it please be added to that witness testimony. Okay. You went the tree. He was running out front the
Hold it!
front door. Did you notice anything unusual? Yes, his baby hair was incredibly suspicious. His eyes were starting all around as he ran off in total panic. As soon as I saw that, I knew he had done something and it probably wasn't good. Despite that, you still didn't report it to the police? Who would have thought he had killed Dr. Puff, not me? That's why I didn't report him. Yes, Eric, why not? Yeah, sure, why not? I had no idea that Dr. Duff was dead, that's why I didn't call the police. Yeah, right, you didn't know. The window was practically open.
Objection!
Mr. Bishop Wimperson, rather than Mr. Arbal. Wasn't there something else that should have had your undivided attention? Like what? Oh, yes, of course. A politician must also keep his finger on the electorate pulse and focus on the nations. Sorry, but you're way off. I am? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice? If the witness saw Mr. Arbal from his position here, then he should have also been able to see the doctor's body. Actor was right next to the huge window. Why, I believe you have a point there. That's right. With the body of that clearly visible to the witness, it's unthinkable that he wouldn't have reported to the police. Would the witness care to respond? Did he fall asleep? Mr. Atkinson, Wimperson. Mr. AV! Huh? Oh, there are many sides to any issue. What did I ever do to deserve this? In any case, I'd like the court to acknowledge the inconsistency in the witness's testimony. Mr. AV, did you really see Mr. Arbal? Yes?
Hold it!
Where do you think you're going? I thought I returned to my seat, seeing as I had already answered the question. This is some small town they hold debate, so you just stay right there until I say we're through. I'll have to run that by my campaign manager before I...
Objection!
Oh, man. Mr. Bishop Wimperson, it's time for you to come clean. So then, does this mean that he didn't see Mr. Arbal? As your lawyer, Mr. AV, I advise you to divulge that matter we discussed. Silence is no longer an option. Are you sure about this? I'm in the midst of running for an office. I can't afford to let any strange rumors get out. Don't worry, you won't suffer any blowback for what you're about to reveal. Blowback? I'm not sure I like the sound of that, Mr. Wright. Not to worry, Mr. Your Honor. Nothing untoward will come of this, I promise. Now then, Mr. Justice. Remember how it was an anonymous caller that reported the doctor's death? Come to think of it. Man, it is so freaking hot. Remember who was the first one to discover the body? About that, whoever was... Oh, I think I know, actually. Wait, you're not saying that? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That anonymous source who contacted police after discovering the body was... No, it wasn't. My client, Mr. Paul Atkinson Wimperson. What? If you don't say... So you see, he played his part as a concerned citizen quite admirably, if I may say so. Isn't that right? Yes, indeed. In our society today, there are too many who choose the indifference over righteous action. Right a number among them, that's why I did my duty as a concerned citizen. One might call me the model citizen, the worthy of standing above the rest. What a real standard bearer he is, reporting it anonymously. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Justice, wasn't there someone else at the scene of the crime when my client discovered the body? Oh, you mean Mr. Arbal? He would have been leaving the doctor's house right around then. Wait, that means... Yes, it does. In short, what my client witnessed was Mr. Arbal fleeing the scene of the Highness murder. That's not all. Based on what we have heard so far, Mr. Arbal looks exceedingly suspicious, and that's putting it mildly. We already know the Divine Dragons threatening the Doctor with bodily harm. Now that they have killed him, the so-called orb transfer agreement is null and void. Apollo, if you don't come up with some sort of counter argument, and what sort of evidence do you have? Can you actually prove that it was Mr. Arbal who killed the Doctor? That move had desperate pride and all already. It's all I've got, so I'm going with it. Evidence? Suppose it's true that I don't have any. I knew it. I do have another witness. You do? You should know I always come fully prepared, Mr. Justice. My new witness will provide testimony proving Mr. Arbal's guilt. Okay. A new witness? I wonder who it could be. Very well, Bailey, please summon our new witness. In the meantime, the court will take a brief recess. I would like both sides to use this time to prepare properly, understood? Well, I knew Mr. Wright would put up a tough fight, but... Yeah, just when I thought we had him, he turned the tables on us. He released his turnabout terror. We can't let him blindside us again. Looks like they got me again. 3 times in a 1 year, that's a new record, hahaha. Dads, please, no more records or bad puns while you're at it. It's hard enough to try to help you as it is. Roger that, I'll be more careful next time. That is what Mr. Wright said true. Did you really pay a visit to Dr. Buff that night? Sure did. Can't remember the exact time though. All I know is he wouldn't hand over the orb. Someone put it in his head that we rebels were dangerous. That's why he threw me out. So the Doctor was still alive when Dodge last saw him. We'll still have to prove it though. Better brace yourself, son. The next witness's testimony could make or break this case. Yeah, I know. Hey, where's Trucy? She went to go see her dad? Maybe she's still mad. More like worried. Worried that this trial will create a rift between you two. That you might then leave the agency. She has an active imagination. Excuse me, the trial will be resuming shortly. Well, let's go see what the new testimony awaits us. Alright, court is back in session. Mr. Wright, you said you had a witness. Your Honor, I would like to call the lone survivor of Doctor's murder to the stand. Wait, he can't mean that Sarge is here. You mean Dr. Buff's reclusive son? How did you get him to cooperate? Nothing a little persuasion couldn't handle. The poor child only agreed to help if it meant catching the killer. Getting a kid like that to overcome his fear? Now that's impressive. This must be really important in testimony for the kid to come out in public like this. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please call your witness to the stand. Oh my. Sergeant Buff at your service, sir. He's here as the Jerome, really? Mr. Wright, what exactly is the meaning of this? Past trauma has been rendered it impossible for the witness to venture into public. Leaving home was hard enough, and it seems leaving the witness lobby was just too much. But I would still like to continue with testimony delivered via this drone. I understand it must be terrible to lose one's father like that. But testimony via a remote control toy? Well, let's take things for a spin and see how it goes. Who's piloting this trial anyway? Just sure we're up to the idea fast. I think the phrase you're looking for is gave up. Disappoint me, Corporal Justice. The thing I once called you a comrade. If any the man who killed Papa, that's full-on treason, huh, soldier. Soldier, I hereby demote you back to private. Corporal, private, what's he talking about, Apollo? It's a long story. Now then, are you ready to testify, youngster? Locked and loaded, sir. Ready to rain lead down upon the perpetrator. Alright. Papa met with someone the night he died. I didn't have eyes on the ground, so as I'd already mounted my siege defense, but I did hear marking with someone in his study. From my window, I saw the one designated that they're getting ejected from their premises. After that, the man lingered around the perimeter for some time. I must regroup and kill my papa in the study later. No, wait. Didn't you say... Yeah. Okay, it could be the camera and a microphone. So how? So he was thrown out but later returned to commit the murder, did he? Yes, Your Honor, so the man my client saw really must have been the fleeing Mr. Arbal. Objection! Right, you backstabbing no good? I didn't kill no one. It's the enemy, ready all missiles, and fire! Whoa, 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 whoa! Hahaha, capitalist pig, I'll turn you into pork stroganoff. That's just a taste of my ultimate anti-swine weapon. Whoa, it fires missiles too? Yes, well, the witness is all yours, Mr. Justice. Alright, let's see here, man. I think...
Objection!
Light up. Sarge, are you hiding something from me? How dare you question your superior officer like that? You were getting on this stroganoff action with Big Boy over there, soldier. Sorry, but I am afraid our lawyers are missile-proof. What? Would the defense care to explain? It's simple, Your Honor. Just as he is able to see what is happening in the court right now, Sarge was able to see what was happening in the study then. With his cherished drone, of course. Now that you mention it, the answer was right before our eyes this whole time. Sarge, you were perfectly capable of patrolling the study that night. You must have seen something. Mate, what is this strange new weapon you're using against me? Courtroom warriors don't use guns or missiles because evidence is our weapon of choice. The evidence has exposed your bald-faced lie. A truth bomb, Sarge has stripped your defense bare. Defenses? Truth bomb, no! I'm going down! Oh my, are you alright? Evidence, never have I seen fearsome ordnance. Tell it to us straight, Sarge. After all, you want to help your father, don't you? Papa. Yes, you want to find out who killed him, don't you? So please, tell us what you saw that night. It's not what you think. I didn't see anything. I swear. You sure? You seem awfully stressed for someone who didn't see anything. Yeah. Grr. Grr. Sarge, you need to answer my question. Shut your pie hole, maggot. It'll be scorching day in Siberia before a lovely pirate like you orders me around. What's with him in Siberia of all places? If a scorching day is what it'll take, then maybe it's time to turn up the heat. Hey Athena, you think a therapy session might help? It could help alleviate some of his anxiety. Plus, I'm picking up a lot of discord in Sarge's voice. That usually means the patient wants to say something but can't for some reason. In Sarge's case, I imagine whatever is plaguing him is pretty severe. In that case, I leave it to you and your mood magic. You got it. Your Honor, I think I can be of help here. Now for a therapy session, is it, Miss Sykes? Yes, it will help the witness with his anxiety, maybe even enough to testify. By all means, please bring the poor child out into the light of day. Oh, but I assume this will be alright with you, Mr. Wright? Well, it's not like we all haven't been through this before. What are you putting in for, lady? There ain't a place on this battlefield for you.
Objection!
I beg to differ, Sarge. This G.I. James always ready for a fight in the courtroom. And wait until you see what I got in my arsenal. Analytical psychology. With it, I'm going to blow a big old hole in the armor you built around your heart. First evidence, now analytical psychology? Where are these WMDs coming from? Well, if it's a battle you want, bring it on. You may have started this war, but I'm going to end it, corpse woman Sykes. You got it, Sarge. Time to seek out the agony buried deep in your heart. Brace yourself. I stayed in my room until with my throne that evening. My dots and Papa arguing with each other. Dats got kicked out, but I saw him still hanging around outside. I was in my room, so I didn't know Papa was dead until the next day. Then how did you? Why are you surprised?
Got it!
Then why are you surprised, eh? That's strange. You reacted with shock when you discovered your father's body, and you were nearly as shocked then as when you saw Mr. Arbal. Normally, you expect the deaths of one's father to be much more impactful. Enemy fire, direct hit. That is strange. I wonder what it could mean. Well, we know he wasn't as affected by his father's death as he should have been, and I think I know why. Oh. Thought you were as shocked as seeing your father's body as seeing Mr. Arbal's because you already seen his body. Didn't you? Sarge, maybe the truth is you left your room that night. And that's when you saw it, your father's body. I saw no such thing. Really? You didn't see his body? Alright then. What did you see? Look, Apollo, we lost some noise. So just as I suspected, he really did see something. Sarge, please tell us what you saw. Oh, but... The moment I saw it, oh, I couldn't bear it. I couldn't stand to lose yet another blood one. Huh? Am I missing something here? Is that why you weren't very shocked when you found out your father was dead? Because you had already sensed that he was a gunner somehow? Maybe? Please, Sarge, what was it you saw on the night of your father's murder? Oh, I saw... What's happening? I don't like where this is going! No more! No more, please! Help! I confiscated your little toy. The battlefield has no place for unauthorized equipment. Richard! Apollo, I can't continue the session without him. Calm yourself, this instant, witness. I hereby order you to submit to your therapy session. What in blazes? Looking at me, I'm judge, jury, and executioner now. I hereby convene a military tribunal. Convene? Oh! Damn! Whoa, whoa, this has come way too far. Bailiff, arrest the throne this instant. Stop resisting! Oh! You don't cooperate, fire! Get your back right. Whew. Whew. Finally got him back. Nice work. This witness is truly a handful. Oh. 2, 3, 4. Oh. Besides, what's the witness's current psychological state? Let's see, he's emotionally all over the map. So he's out of control. Emotions are in control of him, huh? Does that mean we can calm him down if we can figure out this root cause? Yes, so let's see what we can find. Sarge, can you hear me? Is that you, Corpswoman Sykes? I'm here. Now, I want you to take a few deep breaths. Just try to relax. Try it with me. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. In, out, in, out. And now, let your emotions take you where they will. Go on, just let it all out. All forces attack! That's the least relaxing breathing exercise I've ever seen. I left my room, but suddenly I got dizzy and I passed out. I remember the flame lighting up the room. Papa screaming with the light. So he must have been killed if only I hadn't passed it out. Must be this, right? Flames! That's it! Sarge! You were overcome with shock and fear when you saw those flames, weren't you? Was I? Yes, just 6 months ago, you and your mother were caught up in an arsonist blaze. It's no wonder you won't be extremely scared of fire. Yes, that does make sense. Maybe, just maybe, your subconscious fear of fire was what caused you to withdraw from the world. What do you mean, Corpswoman Sykes? In the outside world, you were bound to come across all such fire, candles, cigarettes, heck, even the grill at a diner. A diner? If it's not that often, you just the idea that you might see then grew bigger and bigger until you couldn't shut it out. I think you might be onto something. Candles, cigarettes, just thinking about them sends a chill down my spine. Wow, the things I take for granted. Now I see. I was afraid of the fire. Strange, I didn't even realize it myself. About that fire, Sarge, can you tell me what it was burning? Just stay calm and maybe something will come to you. Oh, I'm starting to remember. It was that relic. That relic Papa was studying. It was on fire. The orb was on fire? It's still kind of fuzzy. But yes, the orb was burning right in front of Papa. And there in the flame was Mama. Yes, now I remember. I saw Mama appear amid the dancing flames. Wait, what? Okay. What's going on here? Maybe it's a memory from the fire that killed his mother. It might be confusing if it's what really happened when his father died. So let me guess. More therapy? Yep, but this time it seems there's an inconsistency in his statements. I think we should be able to prove it with the evidence at hand. I hope this inconsistency is the key to proving that the relic really is the Vanus orb. Okay. Mama's face. That's where Papa must have been killed if only he hadn't passed out. I wonder.
Objection!
Don't blame yourself, Sarge. After all, even if you hadn't passed out, the outcome would have been the same. What do you mean? I'm talking about the time of death. Your father was killed right after you left your room. What? Explain yourself at once. Grab it, justice. You said you saw your father burning the orb, right? But that night, he went out to hide it in a cave. So what you saw, Sarge, was something that happened before your father left to hide the orb. Ah. So you see, you didn't pass out right before he was killed. You passed out right before he left for the cave to hide the orb in the ruins within. So even if I hadn't passed out, that's right. The outcome would have been exactly the same. It's because your father, Dr. Buff, was killed after he returned from the ruins. And therefore, Sarge, there's no need for you to blame yourself. Oh, I see. For justice, can you really say I bear no blame in this? Why do you ask? Because the truth is, if I hadn't engaged in my siege defense, Papa would still be alive. Sarge, Papa wished nothing more than me for to lead a happy, healthy life. That's why he quit his job and moved us out of way from the big city. Even then, I didn't have the courage to set a foot in the outside world. And in the end, I failed to make Papa's wish come true. Wish? Sarge? If you want to make your father's wish come true, if that's what you really want, then who's to say it's too late? Why don't you take the first step now? My first step? That's right. You can cast off all your regret. You can stop standing still and start moving forward. You have the power within you. I know from experience. I know what it's like to feel like you do. But only you can decide to take that first step. If you don't change your tactics now, Sarge, the victory you seek in the war you are waging will always lie beyond your grasp. I think I understand now. I made up my mind. As of this moment, I will suspend my siege defense indefinitely. Oh, in a wheelchair? Damn. It's a girl! Huh? Sergeant Buff, reporting for duty. What? I thought you were a guy. You're definitely not the gruff true children us and I envisioned where my mama was in the Russian army. I was just as shocked, but it suddenly explained a few things when I found out too. May I introduce you to Miss Army Buff, age 12? No way. Careful, soldier. Don't forget I could blow you away at a moment's notice. She's just too cute. So, have you always been in a wheelchair, Sarge? Negative. Only since I was injured in the fire. Your voice sounds awfully different from before. My Jerome features a voice modulation device. It's one of my army's many technological marvels. When you fooled me, I thought some 20-something military fanatic was at the controls. If it's all the same to you, troops, I'd like to continue my testimony. I have just remembered something and it's as crisp and clear as a trumpet at roll call. What did you remember? Was it my mother who appeared in the burning orb? It was some lady Papa had shown me a picture of a long time ago. So it was the Holy Mother, the founder of Kuranism. She appeared right there, right in the burning of orb. Huh? What did you just say? Well, well, well. The Holy Mother of Kuranism was in the burning orb? What does that even mean? I have a bad feeling about this. Could it be? Could this explain what such means by the Holy Mother appearing? Offer the prayers of Feminist fire on the intention of the Holy Mother return, right? Yeah!
Take that!
Dr. Bob's research notes. What do they have to do with this? Look at this. The burning orb, the appearance of the founder. This part points to both.
Take that!
You did that one right. There's a legend about the orb involving a mysterious riddle, and this song in turn is said to contain a key to solving it. If the legend is true, then I believe the answer lies in this part of the song. Offer thy prayers as fervent as fire, on the intention of the Holy Mother return. Well, anyone see where I'm going with this? Prayer as fervent as fire. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to set the orb on fire. The whole stanza seems to suggest that the founder will appear if the orb is set on fire. Wait, so the doctor, he burned. Yes, Athena. He had solved the ancient riddle of the founder's orb. Oh my. Papa was a great archaeologist. So I believed in him, and I want to believe. I want to believe he achieved his long-time dream of solving that riddle before he died. Well, we won't know for sure until we try it for ourselves. Yes, do it, Private Justice. Please. I want to see what Papa was searching for with my own eyes.
Objection!
The plaintiff must object to this.
Objection!
The plaintiff will stand down to be quiet. You have the right to set a precious relic like that on fire.
Objection!
Oh, but I do. All I needed was Sarge's permission. Since we still don't know if this treasure is the founder's orb or this crystal of Amy Faye. Any ownership rights to the Dr. Hat now belongs to his daughter. Therefore, you have absolutely no right to stop us. Very well, Mr. Justice. I never thought I'd be saying this, but you may burn the evidence. Alright, here we go. Burn the evidence. Light it up. Flame on. Look. Apollo, the inside of the orb. It's melting. There's something in there. The Holy Mother. Oh! Dirk, isn't she? Her garb leaves no room for doubt. It's the founder herself, face and all. I don't understand. The greatest of taboos in Kuranism is the depiction of the founder's face. Yet here it is, hidden within this orb. We see now. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but as you can see, the issue is crystal clear. This figure is the Holy Mother, founder of the Kuranism. And based on that, this must be none other than the founder's orb.
Objection!
Be that as may, Mr. Arbal still may have killed the Doctor. If so, it would render the orb transfer agreement will null and void. Don't play down, Mr. Wright. The truth of the matter has already been proven. Dr. Buff wasn't killed right after such saw, Mr. Arbal. It happened after the Doctor came back from the hiding the orb. And you have no proof that Mr. Arbal was still around at the time. Your claim that the Feian Dragons were behind the crime doesn't hold water. And that means the orb transfer agreement is still perfectly valid. Admit it, Mr. Right. I just burned your whole case to the ground. Ooh. No! I won. Actually won. Mr. Right, would you care to respawn? Respawn? I didn't think so. Why? Did we just win? Did we actually beat the turnabout terror? You're amazing, Apollo. Don't just stand there, right? Do something. Well, I don't think there's anything leaking out of this hall. Statistician Whisperson, I think it's time for your concession speech. I have proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is Stefander's orb. The facts don't lie, but you obviously do. How's that for a campaign slogan? Why, you contemptuous peasant. I think this is a good time to wrap this trial. If both parties have no further objections, I will render my verdict. No objections here, Your Honor. No You can't do this! The crystal is mine! I'll lose the election if I lose that crystal. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing more I can do. You haven't forgotten about our little chat, have you? What chat? What's going on here?
Objection!
Your Honor, I object to the defense's last claim. What? I don't believe they have truly proven that the relic is indeed Defender's orb.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, I don't think even you could bluff your way out of this one. What possible argument could you have to claim that this is in Defender's orb? About that. Oh, of course. He can't possibly have hit on something. The defense's assertion is incomplete. And this is why the defense is basing their claim that this relic is the Vander's orb on a legend. That legend claims that the Vander will return when the riddle is solved at last. Right? And that's what happened. The Vander was revealed for all to see. Oh, Mr. Justice, what about the rest of the legend? Huh? According to the legend, once the Vander returned, she would bestow spiritual power onto the person who solved the riddle. You're kidding, right? Well, Mr. Justice, do you feel great spiritual power coursing through your veins? No. But receiving spiritual powers and stuff, it's all just mystic mumbo jumbo, right? Maybe so, but you're the one who basing your claim on said legend. What we saw here does not fully fulfill it, does it? No, but consequently, you cannot rightfully claim that this is the Founder's orb. Man, I'm tired. What's got into him? Why is Mr. Wright doing this? It would appear that Mr. Wright has lost a few of his marbles. That couldn't be further from the truth, Your Honor. In any case, I believe this is a good time for recess. Both sides will have a 20 minutes to prepare. I ask that all arguments to be ready by then. Mr. Wright, you do well to wash up and find your missing marbles by then too. Mr. Wright is sure acting funny. I mean, he's famous for going out on a limb, but that last assertion was just plain crazy. It's either a bluff or a Hail Mary. Either way, it doesn't make much sense. Maybe there is something we're missing here, although he seemed perfectly normal when we spoke earlier. Apollo, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm going to go check up on him. What's going on with you, Mr. Wright? Hey, Private Justice. Oh, Sarge. Forgot to mention something. On the night of the Papa's murder, a strange thing happened. Oh, but why are you only telling me about it now? Well, I didn't say anything before because I thought Papa's death was an accident. But now that we know otherwise, I figured it might be important. There's still more to this case. When I left my room and lost consciousness, I passed out right here. That's right above the coffee bar. But when I came to, someone was pushing my wheelchair. What? I was so scared I made a hasty retreat as fast as my wheels could take me. Do you know who it was? Now it was pitch black. Plus I fled to my room so fast I didn't even have a chance to turn on the lights. Maybe it was your father? No, he wouldn't have said something to me. Besides, I have to know if it was him. So then it could have been your father's real killer. My thoughts exactly? You didn't report this to the police? It didn't even occur to me. It's okay, you were obviously still upset, so don't beat yourself up over it. Apollo, this could be really important information. I think the act of pushing Sarge wheelchair could be part of some bigger scheme. It's hard to see why else the killer would have done such a thing. Guess I should take her statement down as evidence. She fled to her room when she realized someone had moved her while she'd been unconscious on the second floor. Oh, welcome back, Athena. I'm in the hallway above the coffee bar. Okay. What's with the long face? How did it go with Mr. Wright? What should I... Athena? Oops, sorry. Slow down there for a sec. The recess is almost over, so let's go. Ha ha ha. What's that all about? Alright, court is once again back in session. Now, Mr. Wright, about the last objection you raised. Wait, the plaintiffs still believe that the defense has yet to sufficiently prove this case. They claim that, according to the legend, the Pawanus orb would be stopped spiritual power, yet the relic in question has failed to do so, therefore it has failed its own test. I see. He's sticking with that ridiculous argument. Furthermore, if this Stephanos orb, it can't be awarded to the Defiant Dragons. After all, they were the ones who killed Dr. Bob.
Objection!
What are you talking about? That was already proven to be false. There are no grounds for asserting that the Defiant Dragons murdered the Doctor. Oh, but I'm afraid there are, Mr. Justice. Your Honor, I would like to present new testimony to this court. Testimony that will show that Arabal did in fact kill Dr. Bob. What? Very well, you may call your witness. Guess Mr. Wright found another new angle. What new testimony could there be this late in the game? Okay, this guy again. Fellow citizens, it is I, Paul Atishon, the once and future representative of the people. Jeez, that's him again. Akane divulged new information to me during the recess. He remembered something he saw, you see. Something crucial to this case. How very inconvenient. Alright, let's see. It was around 11 at night and I was out on a mobile meet and greet around the village. That's when I saw Dr. Buff being murdered from outside his study window. Starbucks knocked up from behind and struck him on the head. His weapon of all choice, a suitcase. A big strong man like him could easily swing a heavy suitcase into someone's head. Huh. So the murder as it happened, and you were just telling us now because? Heh, I saved the best for last. It's a tactic known to all the political grades. The murder weapon was a complete mystery, but Malak Lyon's eyewitness account has finally brought it into the light. According to the autopsy report, Dr. Bob was struck in the head by a corner of some object. I suppose that could very well be the corner of a suitcase.
Objection!
But eyewitness testimony isn't the same as the hard evidence. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. What's that supposed to mean? You have physical evidence too, a luminol test revealed. Oh no. The doctor's blood on Mr. Arabal's suitcase. Really? How does that prove Mr. Arabal used it as a weapon?
Objection!
You should know the answer to that, Mr. Justice. Since you know as well as I that the suitcase is covered in his fingerprints. I forgot we dusted that right in front of Emma. The turnabout terror strikes again. This is quite convincing testimony and evidence. Nevertheless, you may proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Justice. Alright, let's see here. I think something bothered me with the... What's this one? On the head? Here are these two. Let's see. First thing first.
Hold it!
He stuck up from behind, so you're saying the doctor never even realized Mr. Arbal was there? That's right, he was utterly absorbed in a book. I see. What did you see Mr. Arbal do next? He climbed up to the bookshelf ladder and dumped a bunch of books down on the body. I believe he was trying to make it look like an accident. That idiot didn't realize I could see everything from outside the window. One of those statements doesn't feel right. Your Honor, will the witness made an important statement just now about how... Other absorbed in a book. Okay. I have an idea. The doctor was reading a book at the time of the murder. That's final testimony. Very well. Absorbed in a book. No, it wasn't. You can see here. He's a poor eyesight, but he didn't have the glasses on. Doctor was standing in front of this bookshelf absorbing the book, you say. I'm sorry, but it seems your testimony is completely unreliable. That's quite a bold statement. Well, let's hear you back it up. I challenge you to prove that I am anything but 100% reliable. Would be my pleasure. Lately, it seems Doctor's eyes had cut him so bad he needed reading glasses. However, his reading glasses were over on his desk. So you see, there's no way he could have been reading in front of the bookshelves. I'm sorry, Mr. Artisan Wimperson, but I'm going to have to ask you to explain this discrepancy to the voting public. You what? I'll explain it, you lowly cur. I simply made a mistake, you see. The doctor was actually sitting at his desk when Mr. Arbal hit him over the head. But then the doctor would have been facing him, surely he would have seen him and tried to run. The doctor was nodding off. I could tell because his eyes were closed and he wasn't moving. Sounds more like what you would do. Then how do you explain the fact that he was struck in the back of the head? Isn't that something that should be impossible from the front of the desk? Oh, about that. He bowed his head when he had nodded off. That's when he was clobbered. So that's what you saw. Well, Mr. Justice, that sounds like a perfectly reasonable explanation to me. Do you have any approved problem with... Big problem? There's a problem. A very big problem. The witness statement doesn't hold up under the slightest bit of scrutiny. That's so, then will you please show this court what evidence you have to justify this? Gladly, Your Honor. This is shows the problem with the witness's claim that he saw the doctors nodding off. Yeah.
Take that!
Can't see it, man. It's the diagram of the study. This is Artisan Wimperson allegedly viewed the murder from here. And the doctor was allegedly nodding off here. You couldn't see it, man. But from his vantage point, the bookcase would have blocked the witness's line of sight. Why, yes, I believe you are right. But... You liar!
Objection!
The fact remains my client knew that the suitcase was the murder weapon. So he definitely has a first-hand knowledge of the crime scene. I'm afraid I have to agree with you there, Mr. Wright. But then we have to ask ourselves, from what vantage point did he see the murder? What are you insinuating, Mr. Justice? From what vantage point could Mr. Attention Wimperson have seen the dosing doctor? Once we determine that, I believe we'll finally see the truth behind this incident. The witness saw the murder from right here. So if this is blocked, probably around here, right?
Take that.
Gotta be kidding, but that's... It is indeed, but everything only makes sense if the witness was there in the study. Inside the study, but that's the scene of the crime. I know, Mr. Atkinson Wimperson, the man who claims to be a witness to the murder, was most certainly not in that very room. Apollo, are you suggesting... Mr. Atkinson Wimperson, weren't you the one who actually swung that suitcase?
Objection.
What you're proposing is ridiculous. My client is a small thin man, whereas Mr. Arpa has the musculature to pull it off. He has a point. I came up to try to lift that thing after one ago. That's right. He's the only one who could have lifted such a heavy object. Now, do you understand? The rebel that's Arpa is the actor's killer. As long as the suitcase is the murder weapon, the suspicion falls entirely on that. You have to poke a hole in it, Mr. Wright's argument somehow, Apollo. Oh, I will. With his own technique, no less. Mr. Arneson Wimperson couldn't swing the suitcase around. You'll just have to consider another way he could have used it as a murder weapon. Instead, I'm gonna turn this case on its head, Mr. Wright, just like you taught me. You talk big, Mr. Justice, but do you have what it takes? Well, this should be interesting. Mr. Wimperson's testimony has been filled with one inaccuracy after another. First, he stated that Dr. Buff was in front of the bookshelves. Now he claims that the doctor was sitting at his desk. So where was the victim really when he was killed? Also, where was his killer and how was the murder weapon really used? So the important thing is here is the position of the victim and killer relative to each other. Yes, Your Honor. If they were positioned in a certain way, it would be possible to use the suitcase as a weapon without lifting a finger. You can't mean... I would ask the court to recall the study's layout. It's quite distinctive, as you can see. If Dr. Bob were sitting in a certain spot and his killer was at a certain other spot, the suitcase would have become the weapon anyone could use. I see. Very well, Mr. Justice. Where was Dr. Bob's killer at the time of the crime? It's up here.
Take that.
There? Oh, that's... This should wrap things up nice and pretty for you, Mr. Wright. I would ask the court to recall the study's layout, but this time, instead of thinking in 2 dimensions, let's think in 3. Only then can we clearly see the killer's method at work. 3... The killer didn't have to swing the suitcase. Drop it. If he used gravity to his advantage, that is. That's right. It was the plaintiff, one Paul Atkinson Wimperson, who used the suitcase. He pushed it from the 2nd floor. Dush! And sent it hurling down onto Dr. Buff, who was sitting at the coffee bar. The psychology book had been at the coffee bar, no doubt. The doctor must have set it down there after he finished reading it, or the like. But his blood got on it, which is why the killer thought it to hide it in the mountain of books.
Objection.
That's quite an insane theory you have there, Mr. Justice. But there's no evidence that the murder took place at the coffee bar. I'm not sure about that, Mr. Wright. I'd say that evidence of the murder occurring at the coffee bar exists. The evidence does exist, and I'm going to show you. You are? Come on, you can see it clearly.
Take that.
This brown stain was determined to be a coffee. What's more, it was still a bit damp when we saw it yesterday morning. One look at this book speaks volumes, I'm afraid, Mr. Wright. It tells us the doctor was having a cup of coffee at the coffee bar. That's when the suitcase came hurling down, striking him on the head, causing both his blood and his coffee to spatter onto it. Well, Mr. Addison Wimperson, what motive could I have possibly had to kill Dr. Puff? And there it is, the fat final excuse cornered the killers are so fond of. Well, the doctor never returned your crystal to you, did he? Instead, he hid it in the cave ruins. Telling him that the Fean dragons were a dangerous punch was a huge blunder. All it did was make him hide the orb. You lie came back to bite you in the end. Even worse, the doctor saw the news report, so he knew the relic was the Phantom's orb. Being the conscientious researcher he was, he knew he had to return it to its rightful place. And that meant keeping it out of your hands. You were so angry that he refused to return the relic to you. But you killed him with your own hands. Is that right, Mr. Attention Wimperson? Wimperson. That is. Apollo, please don't accuse my client of murder. Huh? What do you mean, don't accuse him? Why won't you even say that, Mr. Wright? What I meant was, there's a promising politician with a bright future ahead of him. Isn't it in our nation's best interest to avoid burning him with the tin of a scandal? Say what? Right, you better do something to change the current courtroom climate, or I'll be charged with murder. And you know what will happen to her if that happens. Her? Maya? What's he talking about? Well, I can ponder that later. For now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly believe that Mr. Arbal is the killer. Are you really going to send on an innocent man to prison? I thought you were better than that. Mr. Wright, answer me! Mr. Wright, what in the world's going on here? If you won't say anything, then... Mr. Addison Wimperson, the defense hereby accuses you... Apollo, wait. Not you too, Athena. It's just, I wasn't sure whether I should say anything, but during that last recess when I went to check on Mr. Wright, I overheard something I shouldn't have. They have Maya, don't they? I trust Maya's unharmed. Yeah, I can't really say, but just remember, if I'm arrested or fail to obtain the treasure, there will be consequences of the worst kind, if you catch my drift. Relax, all you have to do is to ensure I get my hands on that relic. Must deliver it to my benefactor at all costs. What do they want that relic for anyway? It's something to do with an old legend. My patron seeks the great power said to be granted to whoever solves its secrets. Fucking, Maya? As in Maya Fey? Yes, the boss's legendary former assistant. His face being held hostage? It seems. Why didn't you tell me as soon as you heard this? Sorry, it's just Mr. Wright spotted me before I could slip away and made me promise not to tell you. He said it would make things very more difficult if you found out. As if things weren't already hard enough. So that's why Mr. Wright was acting so strange. Had no idea. This must have been excruciating for him. Think, Justice. There's gotta be something you can do. Justice, about that last statement of yours, if you were in the middle of accusing the plaintiff of murdering Dr. Puff, would you care to continue? I'm sorry, Apollo. I'm really sorry. What's got into you two? I accused that slime back by putting Miss Faye's lives in jeopardy. It seems you have finally caught on. I'm far too important to be accused of murder. After all, our nation's future rests squarely on my shoulders. Either I give up or... This fucker, man. Once I present the crystal to my patron, my victory is assured. One day, I'll become president and the king. I'll have every politician at my command. Now retract your accusations. Can't kowtow him, but Facebook. Dirk. Apollo. Facebook, if you'd like to retract the Dirk. I don't know what's going on here, but a lawyer should never look in the way you do right now. With defeat and resignation written all over your face.
A dragon never yields.
Even wounded, a dragon bites down hard and never lets go till it's lying bread. It glares, it roars, and it latches its jaws firmly onto its prey till the bitter end. That's what lawyers do to get to the truth. Dirk, a dragon never yields. He's right. It's all over if I give up now. If Mr. Right's hands are tied, it's up to me to do what must be done. He saved my neck in so many times. Now, it's my turn to save his. Dirk, thanks for that wake-up call. Now that's the face of a lawyer you've got there, son. Where there's a will, there's a way. And I'm going to find a way to save Miss Faye and see that justice is served. Okay, let's see here. It's coming solely Miss Faye hostage to ensure he gets the orb for his patron. It seems the said patron believes in the orb's legend. The new Stefano did appear when the orb was exposed to fire, just as the legend said. Legend's truth, and we have already solved the riddle, right? Not yet. I don't think so. Legend says Stefano will bestow great power when she returns. If that's true, it means we haven't solved the whole riddle yet. How can that be? Are we missing something? Wait, maybe with the part about the Founder's returning should be taken literally. How do we possible for the dead person to return to the world of the living? Channeling, obviously. Oh, I know. There's a way for the dead to return. Spirit channeling. Of course, you have to know what the Founder looks like first. But the orb has revealed her face to us, so what if it's a sign that we should channel her? Give the facts in order to solve the riddle and receive the Founder's power. I need a spirit medium. The ability medium to channel spirit is Stefano key to unlock the orb's secret. That means Mr. Edition Wimperson's patron will need one too. Once that line politician realizes that, he won't be able to lay a finger on Miss Faye. Everything's going to be okay, Mr. Wright. Because Mr. Paul Edition Wimperson can't afford to harm a hair on Miss Faye's head. Huh? Mr. Wimperson, seems you have chosen the wrong person to take hostage. What do you mean? Your patron seeks to solve their orb's riddle, and thereby receives great spiritual power. However, only Maya Faye can truly give them what they really want. She can? What do you mean, only Maya Faye? Think about what the return of the Founder really means. You should have considered it more literally. After all, the orb was made in the Kingdom of Khura'in, the birthplace of spirit mediums. Ah, I think I see now. You need to know what the deceased looks like in order to channel them. When Khura'in isn't depicting the face of the Founders, that's Apu. However, her true face was hidden in the orb. So maybe the orb is telling us to try channeling the Founder. Exactly. Through a spirit medium of the Founder, I can quite literally return. And if the legend is true, the Founder just might bestow a spiritual power on someone when she does. It's like when Pearls imbued my Makatama with spiritual power. If a human could be imbued with such powers in a similar manner, it is said the Founder possessed immense spiritual powers. Such a great feat would not necessarily be beyond her. Wait a second, the legend is true? Do you understand now, Mr. Attention Wimperson? You are holding hostage the final key to unlocking the orb's secret. And if anything ever to happen to her, the riddle would remain unsolved forever. There's always Pearl Fay. I could simply ask her to help. If she wants money, I have plenty to offer. She's not the kind of person to be tempted by material gain. She certainly wouldn't help you if anything were to happen to her cousin. Or maybe you'd like to go ask the Queen of Khura'in to channel the Defender for you. He could, but he'd probably get executed for requesting such a thing. It's over. Now confess, you killed Dr. Pop, didn't you? It wasn't supposed to end this way. Mr. the Surviving Person, are you done admitting to committing the crime? You're my lawyer, right? Do something. It's true that I'm your lawyer, and as such, it's my job to defend you. However, defending my client isn't the only duty a lawyer has. There's something else that's equally as important. That is finding the truth. What? Mr. the Surviving Person, you have sought to twist the truth in the dirtiest of ways. I was complicit in your hostage taking, but in a way, I was being held hostage too. Even so, there is still hope for me to make things right. And I owe it all to you, Apollo. Mr. Right, I can't allow a murderer to walk away scot-free. Therefore, Mr. the Surviving Person, I must resign as your attorney. No, no, no! Does this mean I'm under arrest? No! Well, I have nothing to confess. What? I said I have nothing to confess. I won't, especially not to a plebeian like you. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Besides, there's no truth to these allegations. I mean, look at the suitcase. You won't find a single print of mine on it. All that means is you wiped them off, taking care to only leave Mr. Eyeballs. As many a great politician has said before me, no comment. In that case, try switching things up, Apollo. Look at the situation from a different angle. Is there really nothing that points to the suitcase being dropped from above? Evidence points to the suitcase being dropped from the second floor. We do have. The killer pushed the suitcase from the second floor hallway of this coffee bar. That would place him right around here. Maybe, just maybe. Thought of something, Apollo? I believe this piece of evidence. Yeah. Army state. That appears to be a statement, but how is that related to this case? On the night of the murder, Your Honor, Miss Army Pop physically left her room. That's when she saw the doctor burning the orb and subsequently passed out. Right above the coffee bar. But we heard there in her wheelchair. The killer wouldn't have been able to chop the suitcase down under the doctor. Good point. However, according to the Sarge, she woke up just as someone was trying to move her in her wheelchair. She must have been in the killer's way and had to be moved. Isn't that right, Mr. Titian Wimpersen? And if the killer had pushed the wheelchair with his bare hands, we may yet find the conclusive evidence we need. Exactly. Fortunately for us, that evidence slipped right through the killer's fingers. If only he'd be able to hold on to it just a little tighter. But now he is neither able to discard nor alter it. Honestly, that piece of evidence wasn't even supposed to be here in this courtroom today. Yet, it looks like sometimes things do get better. But this wasn't supposed to happen. Now, well, too bad, because the evidence that sped away from you that night has come back to haunt you right here at this very trial. Your Honor.
Take that!
That's. On the night of the murder, Sarge passed out. Only to come and find that someone was pushing her wheelchair. That's when she fled back into her room. Didn't physically see a single soul after that. Until Athena threw her out through that therapy session. That is. While the killer was able to wipe the prints on the suitcase, the same can be said for the prints that got away. My fellow Kuranians. Well, Mr. Paul Artisan Wimperson, try to explain your way out of this one. The podium is all yours. Paul Artisan Saber Kurain. I am not of a crook. My political career can't end like this. I'm destined for great things. Something's wrong. This isn't real. It's a dream, no, a nightmare. Oh. Huh? What? Wait, really? Oh! Whoa, no way! Banzai! 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 Wait, what? No, please! Wait! Don't go! No, no, please, Will! Grandpa! Mr. Tissue Wimperson, are you alright? Bailiff, get him to the first aid station on the double. Well, this was yet another unexpected turn of events. In light of everything that's been revealed, it seems the relic is indeed the Founder's Orb, and it seems Mr. Politician Wimperson can be considered a suspect in Dr. Puff's murder. Paul, I want to thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I didn't have to keep bending the truth. I don't know what I would have done without you. Eh, don't mention it. You're amazing today, Apollo. Well, I couldn't have done it without you, Dirk.
A dragon
Never yields. A dragon never yields. Every lawyer should take that to heart. And as it seems both sides have to no further objections, would Dirk Satmadi please take the stand? This court awards the orb to the Defiant Dragons per the stated transfer agreement. Should the Kingdom of Kurain claim ownership, the matter may have to be deliberated in court all over again. Just hope or shall I say pray that I'm not the judge presiding over that one. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, a trial like that might spark an international incident. Still, there are bigger and more momentous things as they're in the air. The revolution. Dirk's really serious about this. This court is adjourned. Nice work, son. We have finally broken through the last obstacle on the road to revolution. Revolution just doesn't seem real. Yes, well, the thing you actually defeated the fighting Phoenix. All I can say is, that's my boy. Ha 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 ha. Well, Mr. Wright did have his hands tied. Who knows if I had won if he had been able to fight me head on. I see it more like you saved Mr. Wright. Saved him? Yeah, remember what he said? Didn't have to bend the truth anymore, and it was all thanks to you. I don't know about that. Still, I guess it is kind of nice to be appreciated. Mr. Dirk, now that the Holy Mother's face has been revealed, we're going to have some spirit medium try channeling her. I, for one, would love to see the return of the legendary founder. Yeah, just think about it, being able to speak to someone right out of the history books. Fortunately, it is not that easy. What? Why? Face isn't enough, you also need the true name of the one you are attempting to channel. Alright, Pearl mentioned something like that. The founder's true name is only known to the priestess who's been crowned queen. In short, the only living person who knows it is the current queen of Kurain, Garon. Also, without her help, we won't be seeing the founder anytime soon. See, that's no fun. Okay, the queen knows the founder's real name. So Dirk, what will you do now? First, I'll start by tracing the route by which the orb came into Dr. Puff's hands. Since we know it was the politician that asked the doctor to study it, isn't he the one who stole it? No, a political nobody like him couldn't get anywhere near to the orb, like, let alone steal it. Must have had inside help. My money is on someone connected to the royal family. Alright, you said something to that effect back in the cave. Whoever it may be, we need to expose their scheme to the light of day. Well, I'm sure Mr. Wright has plenty of information courtesy of his dirty client. Might be able to shed some light on this. Alright, Justice! That was fine work you did at the trial today. You did your surgeon proud. Back at you, Sarge. It took real courage to leave your room like that. It's all thanks to you and Corpse Woman's side. With my siege defense over, I can fight Sally for it. But the battle's only just begun, one for me and me alone to fight. To lose your mother and then your father, what a terrible thing to endure. Yeah, and being wheelchair bound doesn't help. For Justice, I've been thinking, it's about time I stood on my own 2 feet. After all, I no longer have Papa to cuddle me. Huh? I'm afraid I don't follow. Take a good look, soldier. This is one small step for man, and one giant leap for me. Hold my throne for me, would you, Private Justice? Yes, sir. What is she up to? She's gonna walk. Whoa. She's standing. What's this? Sarge, you mean your legs? The doctor told me I was ready to walk again months ago. But if I admitted I could walk, I knew I'd have to leave the house. So I faked it. It makes sense, but I kept pretending I couldn't walk. But I know Papa is watching over me now, and I hated to disappoint him. So, from this day forward, I'm going to march forward on my own 2 feet. What a brave kid, trying to move forward like this. It must be so hard this soon after her father's dead. Don't you ever stop, you just keep on walking, comrade. Stay brave, because there will be days when you'll want to stop. But I have faith you'll find a way to master the strength to push through them.
Yeah, you can do it. Hey, that is back.
Mr. Wright, what's that look on his face for? Oh, Apollo. Is everything alright with Miss Faye? She's safe for now. Well then, we better go save her quick. Where is she anyway? I'm afraid I have some bad news. Huh? Maya's not here in the States. She's still in Khura'in. And she's still being held hostage by the mastermind behind this whole thing. The mastermind? That's right. Paul Artisan Viperson was nothing more than a pawn. Miles Drew, a doctor, is in the kingdom of Khura'in. What? I don't understand, Mr. White. What in the world's going on over there? It's the Justice. Prime Justice, right? That's shock.
Shock, yes, that was.
That it was only the beginning. The beginning of something big enough to shake Khura'in to its very core. Revolution was being swept up in a mighty wave that nothing could stop. Of course, at the time, I had no idea about the days I had in store for us. To be continued. What do you mean Miss Faye is still being held hostage? Who's this mastermind? All Artisan Wimperson was nothing more than a puppet. His benefactor was the one pulling the strings, but I have no idea who they are. So all we know is it's the person he was trying to give the orb to. Right, he was just following orders. Whoever it is, it seems they really want to get their hands on the orb. But the Miss Faye's abduction is the work of this so-called benefactor too. Right again. Who are they? They are in Khura'in, along with Maya. I wonder who they could be. Right, this Maya, the spirit medium you've been talking about. She would happen to be that blonde-haired young lady you defended back in Khura'in. Sir, why do you ask? I see, I think I know what's going on here. Got a good news for you, right? Maya's somewhere safe, that much I'm sure of. I'm afraid you've lost me. So that's who the Little Nuts patron is. It's all starting to make sense. That fool has no idea I'm here in the States with you all. Dirk, you mind filling us in? No caller ID. I wonder who's calling. Hello? Mr. Phoenix Wright, yes. Let me start by thanking you for taking such a good care of my subordinate. Who is this? I believe you know me as Mr. Artisan's benefactor. Sounds like they're using a voice change or something to disguise themselves. Where's Maya? Is she safe? I had my ears on today's proceedings. What a shock it was to hear that the key to solving the orb's riddle is a spirit medium. I admit I did not see that coming. Wait, did they plant a listening device in here somehow? Nevertheless, don't think for a minute that it will guarantee Maya Faye's safety. She's not the only medium within my reach to see. If you're my hair, Maya's Harriet, and you'll have to answer to me. Right, wait here a sec. Wait. Hey there, how's it going, stranger? Who is this? Why, it's your friendly neighborhood dragon. I just happened to be in the US on a little trip. Minister of Justice, Inga Karkulkurain. Inga? What? Maya's kidnapper? I knew it, man. Is Kurain's Minister of Justice? I call it. So predictable. Dirk? Is that you dirty turncoat? What in the place is going on here? Oh, you know, just popped over to the States for a little R&R. What do you have about me, Inga? That was a poor excuse for a bluff you pulled just now. You both know your threats are as empty as your head. You can't lay a hand on Maya Fey, and I do mean that literally. What is he talking about? You can kiss your chance of getting the orb goodbye. Maya Fey, my only, how should I say? Insurance, you know, Dirk. What? I've got someone dear to you right in the palm of my hand, see? Now that one, well, you can imagine what the kinds of things I could do, right? Got you seeing things my way. Meet me at Amara's tomb tomorrow, 3 p.m. sharp. You better come along, got it? If all goes well, the orb is all you need to get Maya Fey back. Dirk, what's going on? You heard him? I have to get back to Kurain at once.
What? Why?
No time to explain. But are you even going to make it? What if there are no seats left on the next flight? Plus, you're a wanted man. They're not going to just let you get on a plane. Let me worry about that, Mr. Justice. Edgeworth! Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth! What are you doing here?
Taking care of the hostage situation.
Oh, now that you mention it. Pearl did say that she saw you around in the Kurain village. I had him look into a few things while I was on my way back from Kurain. Including Maya's situation, of course. I was astonished to hear she was still in Kurain earlier. It explained why I found no connection between her and Mr. Attention. So to interrupt, but going back to the plane situation, I've taken the liberty of chartering one for us. It's ready to take off at any time, and I will do what's necessary to hide the fact that Dirk Satmat is on board. Wow, must be nice to be a chief prosecutor. Right, we have no time to lose. We must head for Kurain at once. Right. I'm going too. After all, you're bound to need my help. No fair, I'm gonna go too.
This isn't a vacation, Juicy.
Besides, I'll need you to hold down the fort. Daddy! Guess I should also only bring what's necessary. Sorry, Juicy, but would you mind holding on this stuff for me? Fine, but you'd better bring me back something besides just more evidence. Excellent, excellent. Now, let us make haste to Kurain. And that's how our sudden trip to the Kingdom of Kurain began. Never imagined I'd return to the country of my youth under such circumstances, though. We're back! That was a long flight. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. Talk about cutting it close. The Kingdom of Kurain. This is no time to reminisce a spot. I gotta say this place sure brings back memories. Hurry up, Apollo. Right behind you. Amara's tomb is located in the courtyard of Garon Palace. You should have just enough time to get there. The next sprint there. Think you can keep up, Apollo? Sure, no sweat. I'll contact the royal family and the local police and inform them of our arrival. Thanks, Edgeworth. So, royal residence. I wasn't made for all the running and climbing and near drowning I've done this week. It's 2:45, only 15 minutes left. See that cylindrical building that's rising in the distance? That's Amara's tomb. Amara, wasn't that the previous queen, the one who was assassinated? Yes, and I'm the one who they pinned it on. It'll take a few minutes to get to the tomb from here, so you have returned, Barbed Head. Oh. I've seen her before on the news. If I remember correctly, this is the Crown Princess Rafa Padma Kurain. What are you people doing here? This is the royal residence. Commoners are not allowed to enter without permission. The prosecutor from the States should have already called and requested permission for us to enter. As to why we are here, your benevolence, have you seen Minister Inga? Do you seek my father? I just saw him heading towards Amara's tomb. Was he with anyone? You know, like some shady looking scandaling or something? No, he was alone. Why do you ask? Looks like she has no idea about Miss Faye's abduction. You hear that? I think we have company. Bow down before her glory. Her Eminence Queen Garan, Grand Priestess of Kurain, approaches. Huh? Garan? Oh, it's... Queen Garan. Guards? Surround Amara tombs at once. Yes, Your Eminence. What the? Oh! What she's doing? Is she going to help us? Excuse me, Your Eminence? So, our Barbed Head lawyer returns. May we presume you are here for Maya Faye, the spirit medium who has been abducted? Yes, you may. Allow us to apologize for the criminal actions of our husband. Oh, no need to apologize for him. Oh, honestly, Inga, abducting a guest in our country? How could you? Father, abducted someone? Your Eminence, what about those soldiers over there? They are the Garan Royal Guard, soldiers who serve this crown and no other. Royal Guard? They are an elite force selected from the most loyal and outstanding of our subjects. Why have you ordered them to surround the tomb? The police will not come if it is my husband who is committing the crime. We shall have to storm the tomb and take Minister Inga into custody ourselves. What? You mean... Garan? No, his hostage is in there. Dirk! How dare you set foot in this palace? Have you come to turn yourself in? Listen, we need to call a truce for now. Garan Royal Guard, seize this traitor off the ground. As you wish, Your Eminence. Resist and you die. Wait a second. Oof. Slow down there, Garan. I'm here to conduct the hostage exchange. But if you take me in now, Maya Faye is as good as dead. A hostage exchange? Why would he choose to do such a thing with you? We can talk about that later. Right now, I need to get in there before it's too late. If I can resolve this in 20 minutes, you can storm the place. Now then, if you'll excuse me. Dirk, wait! Guards, allow the insurgent Dirk Satmadi to pass. Barbed Head, you have some explaining to do. Right, well, while we are waiting here, Apollo, why don't you explain the situation? What? Me? Leave nothing out, Hornhead, or I'll dehorn you where you stand. Hornhead? She doesn't waste any time coming up with nicknames. What's with the attitude? Her father's the one who abducted Miss Faye. Did my ears deceive me, or did I hear talk of my father abducting someone? You heard right, he abducted Maya Faye and... insolent fool! Pardon my rudeness. And Jendo's son, assassin my father, could not possibly have committed such a crime. Jendal? You think he's Jendal? I'm afraid it's true, Your Benevolence. He's holed up in that tomb as we speak. Really? I find this difficult to believe. How would he do such a thing? Your Benevolence, you saw your father heading towards the tomb. I did. I was over on that veranda, deep in thought, and I saw him hurrying towards the tomb. I'd say it was about 10 minutes ago. Was he rushing? Maybe he was worried that he'd be late. Did you see anyone else heading for the tomb? I saw no one else after he entered. So Mr. Inga and Miss Faye are the only ones in there besides Dirk. Who knows, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had a minion or two with him. Dirk, I sure hope he's alright. It's only been 5 minutes. It feels like an eternity. Patience, Apollo, patience. Patience. It's been almost 20 minutes. What's taking Dirk so long? The appointed time has come. Our royal guard shall now storm in. Can't you wait just a little longer? No, we cannot. Every second we wait puts the hostages to life in even more danger. Therefore, we see no alternative but to order our guards to storm in. But that's all. That will put Miss Faye's life in danger too. Guards! Storm the tomb and seize Minister Inga, along with the insurgent Dirk Sadmari. Yes, Your Eminence. What? Dirk is under arrest too? Naturally, that traitorous snake assassinated my predecessor, Queen Amara. Now go, seize them both.
Rar, we're coming in. Follow me, man. For Her Eminence, Urdihara Garan. I hope no one gets hurt. Your Eminence. What the? Why are they running back out? What is the meaning of this? Something terrible has happened. Dirk, the minister, he's dead. What's this? What? Apollo, quick! I'm right behind you. No one enters without our... Come, let us see what has transpired. Yes, Your Eminence. Who's that? Dirk and... Where's Dirk? Apollo, over there! Dirk? Dirk! What happened? You've done? Apollo? Look. So it is Minister Inga who has fallen. Guards! Seize this murderous man at once. Yes, Your Eminence. Surrender now or perish, rebel scum. No, wait. Ah! Dirk! They're taking him away! Ow! Dirk just threw something at me. Wait, this is the... Is he telling me to keep it safe? Dick, is that you? Oh, Maya! Are you alright? Dirk, he saved me. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes open. Maya! Minister Ingai, the man behind Miss Face's abduction had been killed. Dirk was arrested for his murder. It was that the abduction of Maya Faye come to a sudden and unexpected resolution. With this, the curtain fell on the minister, but things were far from over. I think this is a trap, you know. I think Inga sacrificed himself just so that, you know, he could frame Dirk, I think. Frame? For sure. Apollo, what happened? I can't say for sure, but from what I can tell, it seems Dirk has killed Minister Inga. What? You think he did it to save Miss Faye? Most likely, but who knows? I'm really confused right now. My father, this cannot be. I must see for myself. Your benevolence, we cannot allow you to the past. Fools, stand aside. Forgive us, but we have direct orders from Her Eminence, Queen Garan. Ooh, father. Oh, father. Dirk, you will pay for this. Apollo, let's go regroup somewhere. Yeah. Dirk, it wasn't really you that did it, right? It's a frame. I think the son did it. You know, they somehow framed it, but it might be Nahuta who killed. But who knows? Are you okay, Apollo? Yeah. Edgeworth speaking with the local police, so let's sit tight until he returns. Okay. I know you must be in a state of shock right now, but I need you to stay with us, Apollo. He's right, I can't go to pieces now. Thanks, Mr. Wright, I'll be fine. Right, Miss Justice, I'm afraid I have some bad news. Looks like things will only get more complicated from here. Let's get Dirk's work. What's happening with Dirk? We have a bathroom break now. As I understand it, he has been officially charged with the murder of Minister Inga. He has. However, I did manage to get us permission to investigate the crime scene. I expect we'll be allowed to visit Mr. Satmadhi shortly. Thank you. I'm sure Prosecutor Edgeworth is here with us. And it just so happens Detective Sky is here in Kura Inn. So I asked her to assist us with our investigation. What? What's she's doing here? Since Prosecutor Satmadhi has grown quite fond of her, he's been ferrying her around all over the place, and few days here, a few days there. They have almost become a team of sorts. Despite what Nahuta says, it seems he thinks highly of Emma's skills. So what now, Apollo? I think I'll go pay Dirk a visit at the detention center. I want to go check in on Maya at the hospital. What about you, Athena? Well, if there's footwork to be done, I'd better stick with Apollo and give him a hand. Very well, then I will accompany Wright. Okay, we'll go our separate ways for now. Alright, if anything comes up, you have my cell number. You know your way around here, Apollo? It's been over 10 years since I left, but I'll try not to get us hopelessly lost. Apollo here to see your old man, are you? Dirk, are they done interrogating you? Nope, the fun hasn't even started. I imagine they'll really rake me over the calls though. I don't even want to think about how harsh the interrogation methods will be. Yeah, but that's nothing to compare to what they'll do if they'll find him guilty. They have branded me a terrorist who killed the previous queen and now the justice minister. If I'm guilty of these crimes, I'll be facing a very public execution. For public execution? This is worse than I thought. Come on, son, turn that frown upside down. You'll jinx us. As soon as I get out of here, I'll take you to this tasty hash house I know. I like that. I really need to focus on what happened. Time to switch to work mode. Dirk, can you tell me what happened? Oh, and there's also something I want you to take a look at. Okay, it's the incident. Dirk, what happened in there? You didn't really kill Minister Inga, did you? Well, the thing is, I really don't know. Huh? I remember seeing the murder of the founder right as I entered the tomb, but I got all dizzy immediately after that. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and covered in a huge Inga's blood. So you don't remember meeting with him? No, the last thing I remember after entering the tomb is feeling really dizzy. There's no way he can explain what happened if he can't remember anything. Yeah. I suppose there's no getting out of this one, but we can't give up yet. I was just messing with you, son. Stop, it's not funny. Sorry, sheesh, nothing seems to face him, not even being arrested for murder. This is going to be one tough case, Apollo. Not only have I been charged with Inga's murder, but I've also been charged with Amara's assassinations from 23 years ago. You're on a trial for 2 charges? Karan is practically licking her chops just thinking about my public execution. Because it means we can't afford to lose our heads, huh? I don't know how you can laugh at a time like this. So son, I think you will be defending me at my trial. Of course you can count on me. That's my boy. Looks like your nerves are as steely as those vocal cords of yours. After all, you got the defense culpability act to contend with too. Alright, so if you're found guilty, then I'll be charged with the same double homicide, huh? Don't tell me you forgot about that. I'll be fine. I just have to make sure we win this one. You sure? Because you don't sound very fine. I'm Apollo? What was that about an assassination 23 years ago? Well, that incident 23 years ago. That was when the previous Queen Amara was assassinated, wasn't it? Yes, someone set her private residence on fire. She lost her life in the ensuing blaze, and you were arrested for the crime. Why would they arrest you, Mr. Samati? Weren't you just a lawyer back then? What relation could you have had with the Queen? About that, Amara was, well, she was my wife. I may not look the part, but I was once husband to a queen, in short. I was royalty. What? No way! Are you saying you want the heart of the reigning queen? Ha 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 ha. Come on, you are talking to a guy who honed his props against witnesses. Understand. Real queen is no match for this dragon's glare. Wow, you really are something else. That was a verdict I've ever reached, Dirk. Act as my own attorney and won. Until I was accused of the fabricating evidence, then it all went south. Now, where have I heard a story like that before? What happened after that? I made a run for it. You ran, but why? I didn't kill Amara and I didn't fabricate any evidence. But if I had struck around for a retrial, I'd have been found guilty for sure. Couldn't have allowed that to happen. Amara's true killer would never face justice if I did. So I left my law practice behind and went underground. But that was 23 years ago. You telling me that after all these years, you still haven't discovered the truth? Yeah, the fact that it was an arson means that the crime scene was reduced to ashes. There's little in the way of evidence left. It's just been brick wall after brick wall. Guess that means it's all up to me to figure it out, huh? Along with the Minister Inca's murder, of course. I think I'm going to be sick. Come on, son, don't look so down. With you on the case, it'll work out somehow. I hope he's right. Say, son, do you remember my office? Sure, I remember that messy, dimly lit room. The file I have my mask and Amara's assassination is kept there. They might be help you out on this case. Do you remember how to get there? Let me think. I recall going through on a manhole. When I not Dirk, I hated how I always got so dirty getting there and that stench. That old case is important too, but I should probably focus on the minister's murder first. And then... I see you got it safely out of the tomb. Why did you throw it at me like that? I want you to listen carefully, son. The robe must not fall into a Karan's hands, not ever. I thought Minister Inca was the one who was after it. He was the one who lent it to Professor Buff to study after all, so haven't you exposed his crime now? I have, but there's more connected to this relic than meets the eye. Much more. Whatever it is, I can't help feeling that it could turn this entire kingdom upside down. You said something like that before. Looks like Dirk's intuition is at it again. Karan will do anything to retrieve this. So quite well, son, at least until tomorrow's trial. I'm afraid your time is up. Nahuta, it's time for the prisoner's interrogation. So be gone, you butcher-headed criminal outbidding lawyer. Wait, don't tell me you're the prosecuting attorney. What? What that would mean? Is there a problem here? You bet there is. He's your father. And your point is? My relation to the accused is irrelevant. The fact remains I am a prosecutor. No, that's not right. I don't think I'm getting through to him. Nahuta, long time no see, son. How you been? Look. I hear you've been serving Garan, rather faithfully in fact. Whatever happened to your dream of taking her down and changing this country, son? The past is the past. What do you mean? Why are you doing this? It's simple. People change. The Nahuta you knew exists no more. Listen, son, I don't know what made you change like this, but you're still my boy, even if you prosecute my case. The rest of the Defiant Dragons and I eagerly await your return. Whenever you're ready, we welcome you back with open arms. As I said, I moved on. Now there's space, no more time, for flowers do not blossom simply from talk of the past. Nahuta, why do I get the feeling there's something he wants to say but I can't? Guard, move the accused to the interrogation room. Yes, sir. This way, you rebel scum. Ow, watch it. That's so rough, will you? Nahuta, is he seriously going to prosecute his own father? Okay. Let's check this crime scene now. So this is the tomb of Amara, the previous queen of Kurain. It's really lavish, I guess you could say it's fit for a queen. Is the faceless woman in the mirror over there Amara? No, that's the Holy Mother. She's the one who brought spirit channeling to Kurain. Alright, the woman in the orb. Oh, it's you two getting right down to the business, I see. Hi, Emma. We heard you give us a hand if we needed it. Yep, Mr. Edgeworth asked me to help where I could. So, it's been quite a while since you've been back in Kurain, I hear. Yeah, more than 10 years in fact. Well, you sure didn't waste any time. I mean, you're already mixed up in a murder. You're as big as a trouble at Magnus, Mr. Wright. Please don't say that. My luck's already bad enough as it is. You mean his ephemeral holiness? I don't mind that he approves of me and my abilities, just his people skills need some serious work. But when he managed to smile and compliment my work, it's hard to say no. Plus, working on an investigation overseas is... in this case, someone I know. I mean, how could I this get worse? Okay. Sounds like they got one complicated prosecutor-detective relationship going on. Emma, have you determined the cause of death? Blood loss from a stab wound. Single stab in the back was enough to cause the victim to bleed to death. The estimated time of death is 3 PM, which is when Dirk came onto the scene. Okay. Any suspects besides Dirk? Now Maya and the minister were the only ones here. Maya had been tied up until she was ferried by the Queen's Royal Guard. Could someone have been hiding somewhere in here? Not likely. I was told this tomb was searched from top to bottom right after the murder. During that time, the Royal Guard set up a perimeter to prevent anyone from escaping. In other words, the crime scene was completely sealed off. It would appear so. No way for a third party to escape without being spotted, so... Great, it's another one of those convoluted locked room mysteries. About the victim, Mr. Inga. He was the kingdom's Minister of Justice, correct? Yes, Inga Karku Kurain was the second most powerful figure in Kurain. Plus, he was married to the Queen. Seems strange that someone of his status would abduct someone. Apparently, he only told a few of his most royal subordinates about his plan. That way, there was little chance of the police or even the Queen finding out. What was Inga hoping to gain by getting his hands on the orb? That I don't know, but I'm working on it. What if it really was for what Paul Atkinson Wimperson said? Old legend. Great power that is said to be bestowed on whoever solves the orb's secret. In Kurain, only those who can channel spirits are said to defeat the rule. Was that why Inga wanted such power? Did he want to be a king? This is the tomb of the previous queen. Yes, Queen Amara was laid to rest here. She lost her life in an arsonist's place. What a tragic end. I heard this tomb sits on the actual side of her residence before it was buried down. Wait! I just realized if the Amara... Wait, no, actually nothing. They put it on the same spot on her soul, could rest in peace. Actually, yeah, Maya could just summon Amara now, and tell the truth, about Dirk. That he's not, you know, the one who killed her. So this is where the fire happened, huh? Why do you think Minister Inga was holding Miss Faye captive here?
It's the perfect spot if you think about it. It's close to his private quarters, which made it easy to keep an eye on his prisoner. And the courtyard is only open to the royal family, so he had little fear of prying eyes. Plus, the tomb is normally locked and only the royal family is allowed to access. That's why he picked this place. How long had Miss Faye been held captive? About 6 days. Really? That long? It appears that she was severely weakened by her prolonged confinement. She passed out as soon as she was freed and is now on an IV drip at the hospital. She's been asleep ever since. Poor Miss Faye, I hope she gets better soon. Emma, do you mind if I start looking around? Sure, I already got the okay, knock yourself out. Oh, and here. It's a diagram the police drew of the tomb. I'll give you a copy to help your investigation along. Thank you. Okay. Oh, and let me know if you need my forensics expertise. Wait, why is there a tomb there? Hey, what the hell? One of those statues, right? On the left side. No, on the right side and the fourth one. Okay. If you can keep all the fun yourself, you're here. You don't need to worry about that. The sites are hardly classified this as fun. Alright, first things first. Let's see here. Looks like the Holy Mother was painted here to watch over Amara's scarf. Whatever it was. Sarcophagus. So it's like this tomb is protected by the founder. That must be so reassuring to those she left behind. The one problem, they didn't paint the eyes. She needs to do set watching. Come to think of it, she doesn't have a mouth or to smile down or the tomb with either. It's actually kind of creepy. I wonder if it's being watched over by something like that gives the queen nightmares. Hey, keep that up and the founder just might come and watch over you too. This time our sarcophagus. Let's take a closer look. Can I move here? No. Hey, this got is open up, Apollo. That's one big sarcophagus. They said the mummy of the Amara at the form of queen rests inside. Mummy, huh? Right, it's locked. Hey, don't touch that. You mean we cannot search inside it? Not a chance. Besides, it's not something anyone tried opening anyway. What if the real killer's behind inside? Hey, anyone's in there? Don't do that! You're going to get us cursed! Cursed? The queen likely bears a grudge towards the living after such a violent, painful death, so no one dares to touch the sarcophagus for the fear of incurring her wrath. Oh no, Apollo, what am I gonna do? Don't look at me. In any case, the sarcophagus is temperature controlled. It's kept really cold to preserve the mummy. So even if someone did decide to hide inside they would eventually freeze to death. I see. Still, if they bundle up, I bet a person could hide in there for a little while. Okay. Look, one of the statues is broken. Yeah, but it's kind of hard to see from here. Let's check it out when we get a little closer. Okay. Anything else? There's a painting up there, but I can see it very well from here. Oh. And there's blood there. I guess this is where the Inca collapsed when he died. Better take a closer look. So this is the murder weapon. Emma, did you find any prints on it? Yep, and they were super clear. They belong to one Dirk Satmari. That's not good. Were there any others? There's one more print from another individual, but it was too smudged to identify. It's probably an old print from someone else who had handled the knife. Oh, yet another piece of unhelpful info to add to our ever-growing pile.
Wonder if this is Inga's cell phone. It should be. His fingerprints are all over it. Do you know if he talked with anyone recently? There were a few calls locked between him and his underlings. They're all members of the secret police who were directly under the minister's control. You mean like spies? I don't think that's quite it. So the minister was armed, huh? That's a 4-shot pistol. He had it for self-defense apparently. But it won't be firing anything anytime soon, huh? He was carrying a broken gun around for show? No, we recovered a bullet here. Which means the gun probably broke as the minister fired the last round. Thing is, the gun's chambers are all empty. Yet that one bullet is the only bullet we could find. This is strange. Where did the other 3 go? Maybe Dirk ate them? We can ask them next time we see him. Just be ready for his predictably shocking answer. They've already taken the body away. It's kind of sad how familiar I've become with body outlines. I have a photo of the body if you're interested. Okay. Was stabbed right in the back. The poor guy was practically skewered. That's he wearing on his arm. Those are the cuffs of justice. Seems to be a tradition here for the Minister of Justice to wear those forearm cuffs. They look like they're made of thick fabric, so I guess they are for protection. Maybe they're for keeping his leaves out of the way when handling documents. Yeah, that's probably the right original purpose. But over the years, the reason for wearing them was probably forgotten. So now they're just one of many traditional things that people do without knowing why. I get it. Kind of like the way you roll up your sleeves, huh? Or use psychology if you're going there. I happen to know why I started. Thank you very much. Still. Wow, it's covered in blood. With a blood spatter and this large, it must have been gotten all over this killer too, come think of it. There was blood on Dirk's clothes. The circumstantial evidence points to Dirk being the killer. That's what I conclude if I were a cop too. Why are things always so bleak for me? The sarcophagus is surrounded by a curtain. I bet someone could have hidden behind it. True, but that's one of the many places that Roy got checked after storming in. Wow, they were pretty thorough. Yes, well, apparently one of their members loves mystery novels. He peered into every nook and cranny with an almost frightening amount of gusto. When he was done, he said, "Very interesting. It's like one of those locked room mysteries." Sounds like he's in the wrong line of work. One of those masters broken. Take a closer look. Well, well, well. That's a Makatama. It's a Makatama thing. It did come from the broken statue. Look, Apollo, there's another one. But the other statue will only have one each. Hey, you're right. Maybe this statue was special or something. See the bullet there too. Look, there's a bullet here. It's from the pistol the victim was carrying. My guess is he's tried to shoot his attacker, but it missed and the bullet ended up here. We've already determined the rifling marks to be a match to his gun. Rifling marks aren't those. Oh, should I explain? The science behind it is absolutely fascinating. No, we're good. Lawyers, I think they're so smart. You do realize we can hear you? Hey. There's something shining down there. It's a pendant. There's a blood on it. I wonder who it belongs to. All we know is it's not the victim's. Okay, no one in the Broyer family recognized it. Yeah, did you lift any fingerprints from it? I did, but I wasn't able to get a clean one. That's too bad. But the blood turned out to be the victim's. That means he must have volunteered in the course of the murder. Might be Dirk's. I should ask him about it later. Okay. If there's anything else. Okay. There's a chair there. This frame was apparently tied to the chair. Let's take a closer look. Should try to cover every angle possible here. Slide the touch screen or use the circle pad. Okay. First things first. Bet you didn't know, but I happen to be a bit of an escape artist myself. True, she showed me how to do her rope escape trick. And why would you bother learning something like that? Because we're always getting into trouble when working our cases with Mr. Wright. So I thought it might come in handy someday. Well, I guess you're definitely right about that, Miss Faye. Could have definitely used that knowledge. That's right, so now you just sit right here, and we'll get started. What in the world gave you the idea I wanted to learn? For Miss Faye, she must have been tied up to this chair. I can just imagine how much her backside must have hurt after sitting here for so long. It would have been torture for you, but I bet. I mean, you don't know how to sit still. By that you mean I like to stay active, then I have to agree with you. Hey. God damn it. Look, there's a plot stain under one of the chair legs. Really? Hey, you're right. I completely missed that. Let's move the chair so we can check under it. Well. There's a small plot under the chair leg. I wonder what it's doing there. So let me know here. Why don't you do some testing around it? Fuck. Alright, let's do it like this. Wait. Move the cursor? I can't move the cursor? It's not easy like this, you know? Oh. Look. What the? The blood stain leads all the way to the sarcophagus. Interesting. Emma, is this Minister Inga's blood? Hold on 1 second. How that's strange. I didn't get a match. So then, whose blood is it? Dirk and Miss Favor are wounded as far as we know, and the blood's been wiped up by someone for some reason. Yeah, that's strange too. Mysterious blood stain. Very interesting. There was the... Probably nurse before he meet with Dirk. He drank grape juice. I'm not seeing the logic here. Mr. White told me all about it when he was hospitalized a few years ago. He said grape juice has something in it that helps you relax. Really? I'm not sure he was talking about regular plain old grape juice. Because it sounds like he was talking about the fermented variety. Now, he couldn't have meant that. I mean, we're talking about a medical facility. They will have allowed something like that in. Right, let's just leave it at that. If I'm missing something. Is the chair done? Slide the touchscreen. Slide the touchscreen. I think that's all right. Yeah, that's nothing. Hey, oi! I didn't check that. There's spots stay on the floor. It's already been mostly wiped up, but the stain leaks all the way up to the stuff. Oh, but what about... Okay, so that's that. Okay. It's supposed to be Amara channeling a spirit. It looks like the spirit of some country sultan or something, and she seems to be conveying something to his retainers. So she's on fire. This must be Amara's assassination as allegedly carried out by Dirk. That really made him look evil. This is the weirdest one of all. It's supposed to be Dirk facing his punishment in the afterlife. Anyway, I guess that's the last one. Alright. Guess we are supposed to see this as a happy ending. Yes, except nobody came out of this story happy. So we're not done. What the hell am I missing right now? Am I supposed to move? Not really, not right. Look at that. Full of ash, my guess would be this is an instant burner. Hey, look up a lot, there's something in the ashes. Let's see what it is. Well, what do we have here? Still gemstone, wonder what it's doing here. I got this one covered, Apollo. Would you like to hear my brilliant theory? Well, I guess it wouldn't do anything harm. You know how people make wishes by throwing coins into a fountain, right? Well, you know, 1 second, I'm good. What? You sure you don't want need to hear my theory? I'm just about to get to the good part. Just ask Emma, that'll be much quicker. Excuse me, Emma, what's this gemstone doing here? Oh, that? Oh, it's not a gem, it's a button. I'll bet a very expensive one from the victim's jacket. Did he have a... Well, we can't tell. Must have fallen off and gotten in there somehow. Interesting. See, every puzzle has an answer, Athena. But I thought my idea was pretty good. Wait, what's this with this suit? See here on this gemstone? Hey, you're right. Kick in suit. What is even a suit? I don't even know what a suit is. Full of ash, there must be burning incense in here. So I was wondering, Apollo, does come from the incense sticks that were burning this, or do people put the incense in after there was already ash in here to hold them up? No, because Athena, that answer is simple. The ash is the product of prayers from the countless visitors from who came here. It's not a chicken or the egg kind of thing. Oh, that's an interesting take on it. So much more poetic than mine.
Okay, I'm really not sure what the heck am I missing yet. Am I done or am I not done? I cannot tell. Well, let's see if we move. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have to go back there. Shit. Nothing. Ah. I really? I'm not sure at all now. Bruh. Maybe on a lower res Blossom, that's one strange painting. Apparently that's part of a mural depicting the life and times of Queen Amara. You know, like a storyboard or something. So that's maybe supposed to be Amara. This one depicts Amara preaching to the faithful. It's hard to put into words, but I've never seen anything like it. Let's see, the next one is... Is that Dirk? Why does he have horns? My best guess is it depicts the first time Amara and Dirk met. So it's supposed to be some kind of demon who's seducing her. But it was successful since they got married after that. The mural continues on the opposite wall. But we already saw it. What the fuck am I missing now? Someone could have hid it behind these curtains. Yeah, I could give it a try. Give it a try. Well, can you tell me I'm hiding here? No, I can't tell at all. That's it. That's the perfect hiding place. Did Apollo solve the case? Sorry to pass your Apollo, but the royal guard searched the tomb right and high and low right after they stormed in. They said no one else was in here besides Minister Inga, Dirk, and Miss Faye. Well, back to the drawing board, I guess. My brilliant deduction destroyed in 3 sentences. Finally! Ooh. I think we have covered just about everything. Maybe we should go over what we have learned so far. And for starters, we are dealing with a locked room murder. Locked room murder. So instead of the tomb being locked, it was being cordoned off to the royal guard. And after the murder, no one was found to be hiding inside. Right. In addition, we also know that Dirk's fingerprints are all over the infirmary weapon. The curtain around the sarcophagus was drenched in the victim's blood on one side. The blood must have also gotten on the killers when they stabbed the minister from behind. Dirk had blood on him when the crime was first discovered. Unfortunately, he doesn't remember what happened. This is not good. So what we know so far is things couldn't be worse for our case, and that's still an understatement somehow. It's looking pretty grim. Oh, you two are done here. I'll have to ask you to leave. Go on, scoot. Something's wrong. Something wrong, Emma? Why are you trying to give us the boot? It's just easier if you are not here when his ephemeral holiness arrives. Speak of the devil. Prosecutor Satmari.
Detective Sky, it seems you have spoken at length with these two lawyers. I do hope you have also kept an eye on them. Yes, of course, like a hawk, they didn't touch a single thing. Give a lawyer an inch and they'll take a mile. Never forget that. There's that look of distrust again. Hey, Naruto, you really believe that Dirk's guilty? And are you seriously going to prosecute this case? I mean, he's your father. You were once a part of the Defiant Dragons, weren't you? Hey, Naruto, wait! I said wait! Come on, Tina, after him. Huh? Oh, right behind you. To where? Over here? Probably here. Naruto, would you stop already? What do you want? It's about Dirk. Would you please hear me out? I fail to see why I should now, if you'll excuse me.
Hold it!
Naruto, are you afraid of what I might have to say? Not then there's no harm in listening, right? Very well, speak. But make it quick, there's much I must do. Why does everything have to be so difficult with you? So I know you'll be prosecuting Dirk's case, but aren't there any other prosecutors in this country? Why does it have to be you? Her Eminence Queen Karan personally requested that I serve as a prosecutor. She did? That would make it hard to say no. Her Eminence thinks highly of my prosecutorial skill. Still, she didn't have to ask you to handle a case against your own father. Be honest, you really don't want to do this, do you? You speak of love and sentiment. I guess so. I'm not denying such human emotions. But the law is the law, and placing the personal feelings above it is beyond reprieve. Do you disagree? Well, no, I don't disagree, but civilizations only exist due to the confines of the law. Without them, love and sentiment would lack the fertile soil they need to flourish. Do you disagree? No, but the law must be obeyed. This truth sits above all else, including personal feelings. Therefore, whether or not I am the son of the accused is of no consequence. Is that simple, or would you say otherwise? What? Come on, Polo, tell him how wrong he is. But don't you know, wish it wasn't that way? It appears I have wasted my breath on you. And the winner is Prosecutor Satmari. Still spewing these empty words of devoid of meaning or consequence, I see. You put your red pepper. I know I'm right. But did he have to be so elegant about his point? It's like he's trying to cover something up with his pretty words. Polo, I'd cut back on the debate with him if I were you. Stick to questions like the one you wanted to ask. Naruto, I wanted to ask you about the hostage situation. Inka said he had someone dear to Dirk in the palm of his hand. And he was using that person, along with his hostage, as leverage in obtaining the orb. That's news to me. Yeah, that's what Inka said. I got the impression Dirk has had no choice but to follow Inka's demands after he heard that. So who do you suppose this special person is? I wouldn't know. And my bracelet's reacting? Hey, Naruto, about what you just said? Oh, ouch! My bracelet's crushing my wrist. Ouch, that really hurts. What the heck's going on? I'm wise to your tricks, you pitched pepper. That bracelet reacts to the anxieties of the people around you by squeezing your wrist. But now that I know how it works, I can make it tighten around your wrist anytime I wish. Consider this a warning. I don't know how I did it, but this renders my bracelet useless. Such devilry is powerless in the face of the Holy Mother's blessing. Looks like your special power won't work against Prosecutor Satmari, Apollo. We'll have to try something else. You're right, we'll just have to ask Dirk about this. It appears you intend to go through with the trial. You have no hope of winning. Grow up, Mr. Justice. We are no longer children, you and I. I'm not the one who needs to grow up, Naruto. In case you didn't hear, I won my last case against none other than Mr. Right. You tell him, Apollo. Is he mad? I can never tell with him. His trial is different. Your foolishness will only earn you a death sentence for aiding and abetting a criminal. Those who die as criminals are doomed to be reborn in the next life as something lower than a buck vegetable. You'll be lucky to return to this realm as a patch of mold. Mold? That's pretty harsh. You wish to avert some fate? Abandon this folly before it's too late. I don't care if I end up as a dollop of blue cheese dressing in my next life. I'm gonna defend Dirk in court. You fool. Know this. I intend to prosecute the accused with all my might, no matter what you say or do. Consider yourself forewarned, now if you will excuse me. Prosecutor Satmari knows his father will be publicly executed if he is found guilty, yet he won't show even an ounce of mercy. Nahuta, is this the real you? Have you really changed? Do you really plan on sending Dirk to his death? Do you even hear me? Don't Dirk and I matter to you anymore? To be continued? Okay, interesting. Maya passed out right after we found her in the tomb. Oh, we're playing a Phoenix now. I see. I feel exhausted. I can't keep my eyes. I see how it works. She's been out cold ever since. We haven't been able to get a word out of her. The doctor said it's just exhaustion, but I can't help but worry. What is it, right? Are you alright? Yeah, just thinking is all. But you're here, Edgeworth. We won't have gotten the permission we have without you. We haven't come all the way to Khura'in to be useless. Speaking of the investigation, I received a few things from Detective Sky. These should prove to be useful to us as well. Okay. That same thing. Okay. Getting you in that Edgeworth. Honestly, I had been so lost without him these past few days. You there, the barbed head lawyer, Phoenix Wright, huh? You're from the Garn Royal Guard, right? I am Lackey, Royal Guard, Lackey, Lackey, Royal Guard member and Her Eminence Shoulder Wrapper. That's very specific. What does the Royal Shoulder Wrapper want with me? Wait, come think of it, my shoulders are a bit stiff. Don't be absurd. I'm here for one purpose only. I am to bring you before Her Eminence. Queen Karan, Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Will you comply? The Queen? What could she want with me? Why does she have to shout like that? Why does she have to shout like that? I can't phantom my why Queen Karan would summon you. But I advise you to accept Her Eminence's gracious invitation. Royal Shoulder Wrapper Lackey, was it? May I show Mr. Wright in his audience with the Queen? The name's Lackey and all praise the omnipotent Queen Karan, for she has already foreseen and approved your request, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. You're both to come with me. You mean to say Queen Karan sees our every move? Yes, indeed. Her Eminence's spiritual power is immense. She can even see what's going on thousands of miles away. Alright. I fear I'll lose my hearing next if you don't hurry. Yeah, me too. Would the Queen herself summon me personally? What could she possibly be up to? Audience chamber, huh? Ooh. Ah, the barbed head lawyer has arrived. We bid you welcome. And you as well, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Give me a second, Reno. Thank you. This place is still as magnificent as last time. We have heard much about you, Barbed One. Since your beloveds and tomfoolery tend to leave our court devastated in their wake. Is that what people have been saying about me? Right, there are your manners. Your Eminence, I am both humbled and delighted to be in your presence. Oh, Your Eminence, I'm glad to be here. Looks like you're doing well. It is alright, there's no need to keep your head bowed all day. Yes, Your Eminence. Rayfa's not looking too good. Guess even she can just bounce back from her father's murder. So what can I do for you, Your Eminence? I wish to question you about something related to the case at hand. Perfect, because I have a few questions of my own. We fear we do not fully comprehend what has transpired, so it is that we summon you have here to further elucidate the situation. Is it true that our husband Inca had been seeking the Founder's Orb? That's right, he wanted to trade a hostage for it. That's why he abducted Maya Fey. Insolent fool! Ow! It is a lie I say. Father would have never done such a thing. But he did abduct Maya, that much is... I will not stand here and listen to this nonsense. You will pay for this, you... Ow, please, your benevolence. That is quite enough, Rayfa. We understand your feelings, but we fear he speaks the truth. For we believe we know why your father would do such a thing. Huh? We? She's saying we believe he was seeking the orb as a means of obtaining spiritual power. With it, he intended to usurp the throne. Mother? What do you mean, Your Eminence? Inca was planning a coup for he was dissatisfied with the current administration. And the secret police was the primary instrument of his treason. The secret police? They came up during the High Priestess murder trial too. The elite force under the direct command of the Minister of Justice, in this case Inga. The man who was hunting down rebels as Lady Kira was a member of that group. Indeed, Inga turned that once proud force into his own private army. And he intended on using them to launch a coup and assassinate us. So Your Eminence had no control over them. As much as it shames us to admit it, Khura'in is not the unified realm it would appear to be. We are truly sorry you have had to witness the dirtiest underbelly of our kingdom. How could Father... But know that Inga could not have become king simply through our assassination. For in Khura'in, only those who possess spiritual power may sit on the throne. I see, that explains why Minister Inga was seeking the Founder's Orb. Part 1. Do you recall the man known as Peace Luban Understanding? What about him? He too was involved in Inga's machinations. Inga had bought his loyalty, ordered the man to steal the orb and covered up the theft. Then he sent the orb to the US for the Dr. Buff to study. It's all coming together. Was he? The capture of the infamous villain Dirk Sant Madhi may prove to be the crowning achievement of our reign. Now perhaps the kingdom may return to the peace it once knew. Oh, what a joyous day. Hail to Her Eminence, Queen Akaran, Grand Priestess of Khura'in. Her Eminence's spiritual power invoked a blessing straight from the Holy Mother. I could see how her cronies would be elated at the prospect, but the Queen herself seems almost giddy for someone whose husband was just murdered. Father, Rayfa, on the other hand, doesn't appear to be taking it so well. About that incident that occurred 23 years ago, the one in which Dirk was accused of assassinating Queen Amara. Yes, he set fire to her private residence, burning my dear sister alive. Murder by arson. Only a demon would be capable of such a heinous crime. Heinous crime? But that event also set the stage for you to become the queen. What did you do before you were crowned queen, Your Eminence? As part of our training to be queen, we served in many different governmental positions. The longest of which was as the previous Minister of Justice. Was in that position that we were best able to support our elder sister, Queen Amara. I think she's the killer, perhaps. You know, interesting. That's her husband's position, or at least it was. When you ascended to the throne, you passed the Defense Capability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. What prompted you to pass something like the Defense Capability Act, Your Eminence? The assassination of our dear sister Amara. When the infamous villain Dirk Sadmadi was apprehended, he announced that he would act as his own lawyer. That's right, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Dirk had been an extraordinarily talented lawyer and highly esteemed by the people, but he falsified evidence in an attempt to win his own case. I see. When the truth of his fabrications and the assassinations of the queen came to light, people were devastated, and trust in the legal system plummeted. Now, why does that sound so familiar? Yeah, I wonder. In Korean, the Hall of Justice is a sacred space where victims receive their last rites. Should the people lose their faith in it, the kingdom would be shaken to its very core. Yeah, that is why the Defense Capability Act had to be passed. It was the only way to keep our legal system from tumbling into the abyss. That's how you sought to eliminate the use of perjury and phony evidence, huh? That law is what made lawyers go extinct in your kingdom. Now there's no one left to defend those who have been accused. You see how you could take the issue with such a reality? However, we have not banned the act of lawyering itself. Those who are confident that they can prove their client's innocent are always welcome to mount a vigorous defense, as you yourself have shown. Well, I guess so, but without lawyers, there's the possibility of false charges being filed and prosecuted. So long as our prosecutors continue to run nothing but perfect trials, there needn't be fear of such nefarious dealings. Do you disagree? Perfect prosecutors and their perfect trials? Huh? Let's not get started down this path. Furthermore, here in Korean we have the divination seance, and so it is we no longer need lawyers, for the dead do not lie. But in the short time I've been here, I've been back false charges twice, and I found that cases built on the memories of the dead are less than perfect. So yes, I do take issue with the Defense Capability Act, to say the least. Such a relentless rhetoric. Reputation precedes you, Part 1. It feels as if we ourselves were being cross-examined. Oh no, that wasn't my intention. It is true that some feel that the Defense Capability Act is a necessary evil at best, but it is a small sacrifice upon which the peace of our kingdom has been forged. If you consider executing innocent lawyers as a small sacrifice, then sure. The fact is that following its passage, the crime rate here in Korea dropped markedly. Therefore, we have no regrets concerning the enactment of the Defense Capability Act. Really? None at all? Right, why don't we leave it at that? This isn't a court of law, that's after all. Yeah. About the Founder's Orb that was to be exchanged for the hostage, it went missing after the murder. Would you happen to know anything about that? It's missing? I'm sure Dirk had it when he went into the tomb. It wasn't there, I have no idea where it could be, Your Eminence. In that case, then perhaps Dirk has hidden it somewhere. Incidentally, there's the matter of that horned youth you were with. Oh, you must mean Apollo? From his odd hairstyle, may I assume him to be a relative? Perhaps your younger brother? No, you got it all wrong. He's Dirk's son. They're more like foster son. They're not actually related by blood. Dirk is. Well, guard. Your Eminence. What's she whispering in that one guy's ear? Oh no, Phoenix. Thank you for your time. The two of you may go now. Yes, Your Eminence, will be on our way. Okay, now what? Apollo and Athena have the murder scene investigation covered, so maybe we should go speak with the locals over at the bazaar. Why did you say that, Phoenix? Why indeed? What? Was that a lion? Oh, that caught me by surprise too when I first heard it. It's the cry of a local bird known as a warbot. A bird? That sounds like that? Sounds more like a beast than a bird if you ask me. It's a form of mimicry, you know, to help you protect them against the predators and stuff. Yes, well, can't say I heard one quite like that before. It's more than usual, it's endangered. It's extremely rare to encounter one in the wild these days. It's so rare, then what's one doing out here in the middle of the bazaar? You got me, maybe it's got something to do with it being their national bird? Oh, was that a gunshot? Ha 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 ha, Stalia PV. What was that, Dad? Defiant Dragon's newest weapon. I call these puppies Dragon Snot Snaps. And you need those, why? Because our hard work is starting to pay off. Thanks to our TV signals hijacking and stuff, more and more people are joining our cause. On account of that, the regime's been cracking down on us real tough life. Yeah, there's been a lot going on lately. You can say that again, I mean, what? With the High Priestess fake murder / suicide. People are calling it the DCA tragedy, and it's causing a real public uproar. Hopefully this means Tara's death won't be in vain after all. So how exactly is a handful of firecrackers going to be of help to you guys anyway? Simple. First, I supply them to our fellow rebels, then we use them as a diversion when we need to shake Garan's goons. Huh? Like this? Whoa! Will you cut that out? I'm not with the regime and I'm not chasing you. Ha 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 ha. Your action, that was priceless, PB. Guess I started that power bot too. It's a miracle that no one's trying to arrest him while he's too busy laughing. You there. You are one of those insurgents, are you not? Yikes! Take that! And he's gone. Those firecrackers are more useful than I thought. Bobcat, your benevolence, what can I do for you? I wanted to speak with you. About what my mother said? I do not believe a word of it. My father could not have been planning a coup. But I can understand why you feel like that, but it was a setup. Someone must have been plotting against him. And how do you know that? I just do because the Holy Mother guides me. And as the Royal Priestess, I must uncover the truth for all to see. Maybe this is just how Rayfa expresses her sense of duty. You're investigating this matter, are you not? Then rejoice, for I shall accompany you and bestow upon you the Royal Priestess's wisdom. It's the best news I heard all day, your benevolence. No one would dare get in our way with Rayfa by our side. We humbly accept your offer, don't we, expert? As you wish, right? Excellent, then let us begin with my father's private quarters. We should be able to find some clues there. I should expose this false charge for what it is. If it's the last thing I do. Could be the reason she's so defensive about Inga because she's a daddy's girl. Barbtet, let us not waste any time. My father's private quarters are located within the royal residence. Now follow me! Wait, she's sure in a hurry. Right, the minister's private quarters may hold evidence related to his murder as well. Yeah, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. Rayfa's awfully fired up. I just hope she'll be ready for the truth we find. After all, it's hard to believe that Inga was not in full control of the whole affair. Royal residence. Now if we could figure out which one of these buildings house Inga's private quarters, it's where we find Rayfa. I mean... You can see footsteps there, isn't that the one? Yeah, that's what I call extraordinary exterior. It's where Inga's private quarters are. Watch your step right, that iron's been knocked over, spilling water everywhere. Yeah, the ground's soaked. Or who did this? I think someone's in there. Father. Is that Princess Rayfa? There were still so many things I wish to tell you. She always puts on such a brave face. But hearing her crying all alone, I can't help but think of Trucy. Father. Princess Rayfa, are you in there? Oh, just a moment. I'll be right out. I see you are finally here. Well, let us commence our investigation, shall we? Your benevolence, maybe you should rest for a minute first. You were eavesdropping on me, weren't you? No, I mean, yes, sorry. I couldn't help overhearing. It wasn't like I was spying on you or anything. You stupid Barbtet! Ouch! You could have feigned ignorance. It's as if you praying to math filter such off the moment you step out of the courtroom. I'm not that bad, Edgeworth. Anyway, what took you so long? I thought you would never get here. You have a lot of nerve keeping the crown princess waiting. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my father's residence. I have already unlocked it, so you can go right in. Oh, and be careful, some dingbat doc got in the courtyard and spilled the water over there. Dingbat doc? That's right, the Yappy must have spilled the whole orange worth. Wonder how it got into this area. Do you know what it looked like? Have better things to do than to memorize what some stray dog looks like. Anyway, it's not worth talking about. Let's search my father's room, shall we? We hope she's alright. Do I move in? Yeah, okay. What a mess. You can definitely tell a guy used to live in this room.
I guess Inga and I had at least that much in common. But this stuff keeps getting in the way. Nena! Oh, huh? Where's Nena? Normally... Yeah, normally... That's right, Nena is what? Oh well, you popped it. Come on. Come, hold this stuff for me. Why me? Just take it, it's too heavy and I am tired of holding it. How does Nena put up with this day in and day out? I'm gonna just set it over here for now. Bobcat, I, the Royal Priestess of Kura Inc. shall share my thoughts on the abduction. You will? Listen carefully, for such opportunities do not come often. Yes, of course, we'd be grateful to hear anything you'd like to share. My father was very likely seeking to obtain the Famous Orb, but it was not for the purpose of a coup d'etat. It's all for my sake, for your sake. The Famous Orb is capable of bestowing great spiritual power. My father truly believed that. And he wanted that power to be mine. I didn't finish my training and I still can't channel spirits. That's doing it for me. Right, I see. Well, do you understand why he did it now? I do, but it doesn't change the fact that Mr. Ingham was a kidnapper. But I guess you don't believe he is, do you? Oh. The information is sure to surface upon further investigation. Suffice to say, he did this all for me. End of the story. Does he really try to obtain the orb for Orefa? Somehow I doubt it. Speaking of his powers, I wonder if Rafa will be performing the Divination Seance tomorrow. Should probably ask her about that. Your Benevolence, I noticed Nena is in with you today. No, not where she has gone. I have not spoken with her since this morning. I assume she must be quite busy today. We catch a glimpse of her a little after 2 o'clock. I tried calling out to her. She went off somewhere again. A little after 2? That's about an hour before the murder. Indeed, Nena, indeed, of all the times for this to happen. She normally comes to me at the moment I call her name. I know it's hard to believe, but even nannies have lives, you know. Your inability to find her after the murder is slightly alarming. What if her absence is related to today's incident somehow? Do you think she was unwittingly caught up in them? Who knows? At the very least, I don't think she was at the scene of the crime. Nena, I hope she's alright. Rafa seems really worried up for Nena. I take it you will be conducting tomorrow's Divination Seance. Who else if not I? Good point, the thing is, Divination Seances are all about what victims experience in their final moment. So tomorrow, Rafa will experience her own father's death exactly as it happened. It's more than anyone should ever have to deal with. Do you really have to go through with the seance tomorrow? There's really no one else? What about just calling the whole thing off? It's not as if I'm doing this because I want to. No? Never mind, I misspoke. The mission seance is a very important duty of the Royal Priestess, and it is one that I intend to fulfill. There's that word duty. Performing the Divination Seance is very important for a priestess, but duty or not, it's a heavy burden for someone so young. Even worse, she'll be forced to watch her father's murder. Will it be a weight too heavy for her to bear? Your Benevolence, has Nena served you long? Yes, she has been at my beck and call for as long as I remember. I've heard she even cared for me as an infant right down to changing my diaper. Your diapers, it almost sounds like she could be your mother. Indeed, but that is a simple fact of life and your mother is a busy being queen. Nena takes care of my every need. She's my teacher in all things as well. Rafa's pool of knowledge seems rather lopsided in some respects. Could that be the result of Nena's teachings? Nena, could it be that my trusted attendant has come to dislike me? Now that I think about it, perhaps I've been acting rather spoiled as of late. Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. Yes, I suppose Nena would never truly abandon me. On her return, I will do something nice for her. Perhaps she'd like a shoulder massage. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Nena is connected to this case in some way. Alright, let's see. Some footsteps, man. Yeah, some muddy shoe prints here, come to think of it.
There was some spilled water by the entrance. Somebody must have stepped in it before coming in here. They are already dried. That means they are at least several hours old. Someone must have been in here today in the early afternoon. Our servants clean this room each day. In Korean, we have a saying: "Leave not today untidiness to tomorrow." Mine is why clean up today, but you can leave for tomorrow. It's a syringe and a vial. This was for my father's back pain. He said it really helped when the pain was practically unbearable. It's that bad, huh? He must have been injecting some sort of painkiller directly into his back then. Hey, yes, my father said his back pain could inject. Stab from behind. Could be. I know the feeling. I've experienced some pretty severe back pain of my own. Well, we can have you throwing your back out in court, so why don't you take a vial? Oh, no thanks. I hear your body builds up a tolerance to that sort of thing. Painkiller shots. Thought you didn't want them? I'm going straight to a chiropractor as soon as I get home. This notebook bat must have belonged to Inga. Let's see. Purple hat. Nana, purple hat. Glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo, and diamond-shaped tattoo. Hey, let's... Dark long hair, eye patch, blue clothes, Phoenix bright spiky hair, blue clothes. These appear to be noted in people's most prominent characteristic. Nana's purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo, and forehead. Interesting. There's even some stuff about me in here. Would he bother doing this? I'm afraid even I can't answer that. Whatever the reason, it's giving me a case with the heebie-jeebies. I mean, that's though he was taking down the description of people over the phone. That's what it reminds me of anyway. On a pre-introduction, one fitting of a chief prosecutor such as yourself. I commend you. Heh, that's high praise coming from you, your benevolence. So it's right, they don't look like dictation notes, but I don't know. I mean, why bother describing Nana, who he must have seen every day? Very, very interesting. There's that. What's this? Yes, use Lebel. Never thought I'd see this brand again. It appears to be a sample of some sort of spray on hair color. Color jet black. I wonder if it Inga was going to gray. Hair edgework. Maybe you can use it. I like my natural hair color just fine. Thank you very much. Sure looks like it was mellow of the Linga suit jacket. But the black dress even has those fancy buttons of his. I imagine they make the chair awfully uncomfortable to sit on. Actually, they serve to massage the pressure points on his back. My father suffered from a terrible back pain, you see. Wonder if it really works. It's one luxurious and comfy looking bed. I slept on nothing but hard floor since coming to Kura Inn. Can't wait to sleep in a nice soft bed again. Take it, it's yours if you wish. You'll have to clean this room out anyway, now that my father's gone. Or don't you want to keep these things as a memento of your father? Besides, I don't need his spirit haunting me late at night. You suppose if I slept on it, I could see my father once more? Princess Rafa. I honestly don't know how to answer that. Well, that's one gaudy sculpture. My father sculpted it himself from a block of solid gold. Why does it not surprise me that he was also a narcissist? It's pretty detailed, he even included that person's stamp of his. The stamp is a little loose. Oh. Ah. Look, there's a secret safe inside. Oh my, didn't such a thing was here all this time? Rats, look like we'll need the combination to get in. Well. I'm really beginning to wonder what's inside that safe. Nearly what the combination might be, your benevolence. Now what's over there? Looks like a 4-digit combo lock, so maybe it's a date. Maybe, it's probably not anything that would be easy to guess. Let's try some dates and see what happens. Rafa's birthday. When's your birthday, your benevolence? You're wasting your time? It could not be my birthday. Oh, come on, it's worth a shot. Fine. It's December 24th. Christmas Eve. Well, let's give it a try. 12. 1, 2, 2, 4.
Oh. He opened. He did? Yep, and it looks like the bottom safe was a fake. Something meant to mislead would be thieves, no doubt. Steve was rendered quite ineffective by his use of such an easily guessed combination. Why, father? Why my birthday? Date? Okay, let's see what's in here. This looks like a letter of something like, see, dear father, I wanted to wish you a happy birthday. You're always so kind and I love you very much. Hope you live to be 100 years old. Love, Rafa. I wrote this to my father when I was 8 years old. Father, why would you hold on to something so childish and stupid? There are some other papers in here. Huh? Once I poison the queen, the throne will be mine. The spiritual power I obtain from the treasure will be back up my claim. In the meantime, the secret police are to keep a close watch on Garan. This is the plan for his coup d'etat. What? Give me that. I don't understand. It seems Justice Minister Linga was plotting the assassination of the queen. This can't be. Father would never harm mother. Poor Rafe, but this has to come as a terrible shock. What's this? There's a photo in here too. That must be Amara, right? It's of a woman and baby. I wonder who they are. On the far left, there's a law book with the mark of the Defiant Dragons. That's Amara! Wait, that's... Your benevolence? How? How can this be? Princess Rafa! She's looking incredibly pale. Your benevolence, are you alright? Alright, how can I be alright? Huh? All that I have believed? It was all a lies? I'm afraid I don't follow. What the heck's she's talking about? Can I ask who the woman is in this picture? How should I know? It seems I didn't know anything that was going on. Doesn't look like I'm going to get much more out of her while she's like this. Mother. Huh? Must ask my mother about the secret she's hiding? What secret? Must go. Goodbye. Wait. What was that all about? It's like her mind was off somewhere else. It appears this photo really upset her. I wonder who the lady in this picture is. Stop! Shadow! Come back here! Wait, that sounds like Alabi and Shadow. That's odd. Commoners are normally allowed in this area. I wonder what's food. How do I get out of here? We here? Edgeworth! I hope one of you has a good explanation for this. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hi, Albie. No, Shadow Bat Dog, leave that man's freely Tinga Magic alone. You will kindly detach your dog from my cravat? Right away, sir. Just hold still and... Stop pulling like that. You only stretch the fabric. Come on, Shadow. Let go his cravat. Shakamakolit. This isn't working. I'll just have to pull harder then. 1, 2. Wait. What are you? 3. Come on. Yeah. Oh, I need air. Strangling him. Where are you trying to kill me? I'm really sorry, mister. My dog has a habit of attacking freely, things like that. Maybe for his sake, he should stick to more traditional targets like cars or his tail. What's worse, he's knocking here again today. Installed some weird-looking hat. That's Nanos. Don't know what to do anymore. Bad dog, you're a very bad dog. Wait a second, I've seen that hat before. Albie, could I see that hat again?
Wait, isn't this? This Dana's hat? But I thought she disappeared. Shadow, swipe it from someone. I'll be how exactly did Shadow get this? Allow me to explain. It was started while we were on a walk through the bazaar today, when suddenly that popped out of a manhole. Whoa! The fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's our buddies here. Say you wanna join our cause, kid? Huh? Naturally, I was super startled by that weirdo's sudden appearance. Back, Doc of the current regime. Huh? But this is my Doc Shadow. They find Dragon's secret weapon. Dragon's nut snaps. Achoo! Oh man, the look on your face, that was a classic. The sudden bang of the firecracker spooked Shadow and he ran off into the crowds. Oh, Shadow, come back here! I'll teach you, Karen Slapdock. You there, what do you think you're doing? Not good? What the heck, man? Dots? That's when a policeman came running over and hauled Dots away. That happened right around 2 PM if I remember correctly. I'm not even going to pretend I know what Dots was trying to do. I just right after Shadow, and when I finally caught up to him here in the palace courtyard, he had this in his mouth. 2 PM, that's about an hour before the minister's death. Lena's supposedly been missing after the murder, but this would place her here at the palace right around 2. Actually, I just remember and I saw something pretty amazing around that time too. Something amazing. So Albi, what was it you saw that was so amazing? I saw Rebellions Queen Karan channeling a spirit. Is it really that big of a deal to see her channeling someone? You bet it is. Commoners are never allowed to behold the sacred rite. Oh, can you tell me more? Of course, I'm always happy to explain. I believe it was around 2:10 PM today. I got lost on the palace grounds while looking for Shadow. Oh, what is this place? It gives me the creeps. Where could Shadow have gone? In my search, I took a peek into a small room and that's when I saw Queen Garan. She was channeling a spirit for neighboring kingdom's king. I saw it transform right before my eyes. What the fuck? I was so excited, I had to take a picture of it. You took a picture? I know I shouldn't have. I just couldn't help myself. Been this in the treasure room. Obviously that's exactly the picture of the self-restraint. I showing the right end right after that, so I ran up before anyone could spot me. Could have been arrested again, you know. Yeah, I know. Anyway, here's a copy of the picture. Just don't tell anyone I was the one who took it. I worry about his future sometimes. Okay, you know what I think it is now? She has those, okay, she has those on the cheeks, right? Okay, she does have those on the cheeks. Okay, she does have the cheeks. Okay. Why did you and Shadow get into the royal residence anyway? It's not open to commoners after. Oh, allow me to explain. There's a way to get into a palace from the bazaar. It's a bit of a tight squeeze though. Shadow can easily fit, but anyone bigger than me is out of luck. You don't say. Yeah, part of the palace wall is damaged and there's a hole I can just make it through. Let me have a bathroom break though. Go on. Betcha didn't know. They have some really tasty food here. Oh, then this isn't your first time in here, huh? Trespassing isn't illegal, you know. No, it's not like that. I didn't mean any harm. Just, I want to help change this kingdom. After Miss Face trial, I started thinking like maybe there was something I could do to help the revolution too. Maya's trial, huh? That tragedy only happened because of how twisted Korean legal system has become. The DC Act led to the false charge against Maya and the High Priestess' suicide. That trial also caused the public to start questioning the current state of things. It seems even Albie has some pretty strong feelings on the matter. I knew there had to be something I could do to help. That's when I remembered the hall in the palace wall and started thinking, maybe I could stick in and take a picture of one of the royals up to no good. Just want to do my part. Spirit of the revolution seems to be catching on even with one so young. Right? The momentum is steadily building and the tipping point is fast approaching. Just a matter of when. I agree, and the public's perception of the Divine Dragon seems to be changing too. Dalby. You can't go trespassing like that, even if it's for a good cause. It's not right. Okay, I won't do it again. Dalby, is that really all you have to confess? You haven't been up to any other mischiefs? When I say you, I mean Shadow. Huh? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Nice try, Albi, but the proof is really right in front of us. But I think it is. Albi, you won't happen to know how this Iron got knocked over at Virtue? Ah, because her benevolence told me something rather interesting. Hey, Docky. The dingbat Doc she mentioned won't happen to be Shadow, would it? Uh oh. I guess Doc's out of the bag. Sorry I lied, but I was worried I'd get in trouble. I know I shouldn't lie to a lawyer like that. But it's not good to lie to anyone like that. So let's try to only tell the truth, okay, Albie? Oh, Mr. Right, I almost forgot. So a couple of Americans a moment ago. They had a really weird haircut, so I thought they might be a friend of yours. Really now? Seems your little friend thinks of all of us Americans have strange hairstyles. Suppose we have you think for that, right? So what exactly did their hair look like? There was a guy with 2 crops of hair sticking out of his forehead like antennae. And there was this lady with a long bunch of hair that looked like a big orange spider leg. Oh, that sounds like Apollo and Tina. What are they doing? They're racing through the bazaar with the Karan Royal Guard in hot pursuit. Wait, what? Why were they being pursued? I'm not sure, but I have my suspicions. I just hope they're alright. Sorry for not mentioning it before, it just kind of slipped my mind. Well, shit. Okay, back to Apollo. Those guys sure are persistent. Yeah, they even wore me out, and that doesn't happen often. Why are they after us anyway? Apollo, it's the Royal Guards again. Quick hide! Hey, where did the Hornhead and Spidey hair go? Spidey hair? They're not talking about me, are they? Is that a trick question? You know you're hiding somewhere around here. Apollo, that weird looking bird over there, did just... Yeah, I did. It's called a warbat, and you know what? I'll tell you all about it later, when we're not being chased by masked men. Come out, wherever you are! Hand over the Founder's Orb if you know what's good for you. Figures they're after the orb. I don't want to know what they'll do to us if we are captured. They create us in those obnoxious loud voices. I'd cave after the first hour and confess to whether they wanted truth or no. Come out now, you foreign devils! This has gone far enough. You must not have keep her eminence waiting any longer. You gotta get out of here. There must be a safe place to hide somewhere. And I think I know where. Look, a manhole. Ah, that's right. Aha! Athena, I know where we can hide. Follow me. Okay, where are we going? Wait, you're not seriously thinking about going down there. It smells like rotten eggs. And are those rats out here? Got no choice. Can get us somewhere safe, but this is the only way in. Quick before it's too late. It's going to take forever to get this stench out of my hair. Looks like we lost them. It was close. Dirk's office. How long has it been since I last set foot in here? At least we're safe now, but... Why is Athena always huddled over in the corner like that? Oh, that's... AJ, what the heck are you doing here? Karan's lawyer cards are after us. Ha ha ha, once a rebel, always a rebel. Don't worry, the regime doesn't know about this place, so you can relax now. Good, but since when am I a part of the rebellion? I don't recall signing up. Apollo? Mr. Wright, what are you doing here? I saw you two go into that manhole. You narrowly escaped their guards noticed. It was like watching a pair of ostriches burying their heads in the sand. Guess that was a closer shave than I had thought. Anyway, you are safe and sound now, and that's what really counts. Oh, I also have some evidence for you. Thanks, Mr. Wright. So, okay, we got them all, huh? Nice. What is this creepy howl we have found ourselves in anyway? It's the Divine Dragon's safe house, also known as the former Sot Modis law offices. I see, but it might just be happenstance. Here I am, a chief prosecutor, hiding out in a rebel house base. Please don't report this place to the local police, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Might as well take a look around while we're here waiting for the heat to die down out there. Come on, Athena, stop moping over there and help me check this place out. Please tell me there's a shower here. There's a sink in the kitchen, and if you're lucky, maybe even some soap. I'm sorry when I asked. So that's, you guys are still using this office, I see. Yep, except now it's the official HQ of the Defiant Dragons. But as Dirk said, and I quote, we must keep it for the day when Khura'in needs lawyers once more. Restoring the legal system into its rightful form through popular uprising. You can tell how much Dirk believes in his cause. Oh, and in H8, Dirk said something else that might interest you. He said he hopes you'll come back and take over this office someday. Take over me? Those were his words. He may have been half joking though. Dirk, guess what I heard from Pee-wee? H just become a lawyer. Yeah, I've been meaning to tell you. It's been because of you, Dirk. I'm not so sure about that. I imagine he's already forgotten about me. What are you talking about? I bet he can't wait to follow in your footsteps. Nothing would make me happier. Maybe one day he'll return to Khura'in and take over this office. Just a pipe dream though. Dirk really said that? Dirk was never on hands-on kind of dad. Not a day went by that he wasn't thinking of yacht. That's that much I'm sure of. Doesn't get much more pattern than that. I'm looking forward to a nice long talk once you're free. Alright. Wonder what is in this file. Oh, it's full of newspaper clippings. There's an incident involving Amara's private residence. Amara slipped a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. The lighter found at the scene had Dirk's fingerprints on it. It seems to be a collection of documents on information on Amara's assassination. This is what Dirk was talking about. We already know most of the stuff here on the top, so let's see what else there is. Wow, where did he get all this? Anything important here? Apollo's robbing musician father got caught up in this incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any picture of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, no divination science would be performed. What about this? Apollo drawings. What? This is about your father, Apollo. Looks like it. Looks like it. But I was never told much more than what's written here. Really? How come? Dirk always skated around the subject. Maybe he thought I was still too young. Plus, I always thought of Dirk as my dad, so I never really brought it up. Oh, I see. Still, I feel kind of sorry for your real dad. My real dad was never really interested in learning about him. But after seeing his picture, I can't help but feel a little curious. What if dads could tell me about anything about him?
Okay. Well, this file looks like it might be useful. There are so many pages I can't tell what's important. We need someone to help organize all of this, and I think I know just the person to ask. This is Dirk's old law book. Look, there's a mark on the cover. It looks like it was branded on with a hot iron. Yeah, I think it was done in protest against the Defense Culpability Act. So, entry on the DC Act right here, see? Also, this is the infamous anti-lawyer law you guys are always talking about. Let's present this. That's about this file. Can you help me figure out which pages are the most relevant? Yep, sure can. I got the whole thing memorized. See, this page is definitely worth a look. As the son of the terrorist Dirk, Nahuta was expelled from the royal family. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the demands of Guranese people. Well, that's right. The prosecutor Satmari was part of the royal family, wasn't he? Yep, but he was expelled after that whole thing with Dirk happened. Must have gone through hell once he entered the legal world, though. Because of the sins of the father are visited upon his children thing. Yep, in the eyes of the people, Dirk is not only a traitor to his kingdom, he's also the terrorist who assassinated the previous queen. So as his son, UT, no doubt got the cold shoulder at every turn. That must have been really hard on him. Yeah, the ties between father and son aren't something you could break, even if you tried. No matter where he went, he was probably labeled as the son of a criminal. Despite it all, he made a name for himself through blood and sweat and tears. I mean, just look at him now. He's a star prosecutor working cases around the globe. He's become a hero, the pride and joy of Khura'in. Now that's the Nahuta I know. Super smart and never willing to give in. He must have studied and fought like his life depended on it to get to where he is today. Okay. Okay, those three. Wonder. I wanted to ask you about this picture. That's the picture of your pops that Dirk found. And he had a heck of a time tracking it down. He said he'd research it all over for it. Why? Why would he go through all that trouble? That's please tell us everything you know about Apollo's dad. My father. You know what my biological father was like? Dirk once told me about him. He was a modern minister walking the world and making music in his travels. This file also has some information on your real dad. It says he died in the blaze at Queen Amara's residence 23 years ago. That's right, Dirk had invited him over. Dirk's the kind of guy who can become fast friends with just about anyone. It seems your pops was like that too, AJ. They hit it off at a bar. Next thing you know, Dirk's asked him over to play some new tunes. Then the place went up in flames. Yeah, Dirk had just stepped out for a sec when the fire broke up. Apollo, you were there too, but you were still just a baby. I remember hearing about that when I was little. Yeah, it was a crying shame. Your pops just happened to take you along that day. So you were there with him when the fire broke up. But Dirk risked his life to save you. It's like Dirk's done nothing but save me all my life. Or your pop's stuff got burned up, including like anything that could have helped us identify him. What we knew about him at first was his stage name, Shankly Justice, or something like that. Dirk did everything he could just to dig up what little bit know now. And what about my mother? Do you know anything about her? I mean, no, she was traveling with your pops. That day, she was off doing something on her own. So then, she probably didn't even know my father had been with Dirk, huh? But she must have been desperate to find you and your father once you had gone missing. No doubt, but the Queen's assassination threw the kingdom into chaos. The police were so overwhelmed they were probably hardly of any help to her. We searched and searched till our legs gave out too, but we never found her. With your father's stuff all burned up, we had zero leads, not even a photo. That's how I became an orphan. Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe your mom read about the details of the fire in the newspaper. Maybe she figured out you died along with your pops. Well, I had no idea you've been through all that, Apollo. There's a scary looking knife sticking out of the Queen's picture. If anyone saw this, they'd think the Defiant Dragons were a violent group. Oh, that was actually me trying to kill a fly.
Threw that knife out at it and whipped, and the thing ended up stuck right between her eyes. You mean this wasn't on purpose? That's what's with the altar. It's where we pay our respect to the victims of the Defense Capability Act. This act is a heinous law that puts innocent people to death. A law that's supposed to protect the people sends them to their graves instead. Talk about insane. Who's the kid? Wait a second. That's you, Apollo. I'd recognize those horns anywhere. It's really the only way anybody recognizes me. You were so cute. And who's that fine-looking young man? It's Nahuta back when he used to smile. Wow, his smile is absolutely angelic. Sure brings back memories that was taken the day we all went out fishing. What was the prosecutor's Atmani like when he was younger? He was kinda quiet but passionate when it came to his convictions. When he finally made a prosecutor, he was all fired up to change grain for the better. But now he's nothing more than a Garan's lackey. Seems like Nats has a lot to say about Nahuta. I'll ask him about his thoughts later. Derek's jacket. You should try it on, Apollo. It might actually shoot you. Really? There's also a spare eye patch here. Why not try that on too? Sorry, just picturing you and all that. It's just too funny. Ah, my pride. So my law office is that's the sign Dirk used to display out front. Hey, Dad. I heard the office used to do quite a bit of business. And it did. Dirk was a famous lawyer with countless courtrooms victories after all. He was the dauntless dragon who turned the royals upside down, snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. His fame as a lawyer spread far and wide across Crane back in the day. I hope the day comes when he can proudly display the signs of the sun again. What the heck? Ew, is that a newt? Come on, Tina, can you tell a kick when you see one? What's the difference? Because like to live in houses while newts prefer to be outside near water. They're two different creatures. But I really know this one wasn't caught outside near some water. It could very well be a gecko. I'm pretty sure it's a newt. Oh, so then you create newt Apollo? Report bro, it's actually just a plain old lizard. Wait. Don't tell me we have to go back through the manhole to get out of here. The only reason this safe house is still safe is because the front door's been boarded up. Fine, then I just have to live here till the revolution begins. What if I told you rats come out at night? Then we'll just have to start the revolution before sundown. Bet the revolution never thought that it get any new ally this way. What else am I missing? Yo, what up, Goatsy Gaming? Nahuta. That was in Nahuta and once part of the Defiant Dragons. Yep, Yuti was a rising star in the Resistance. We want to fight for the coils through the legal system. Said she become a prosecutor and give Inga and Garan the smackdown they deserve. Now it is a puppet of Garan regime. Not only that, but now he's gonna prosecute his own dad. Doesn't add up? Wonder what happened to him. Me too. But if I had to guess, this guy looks sneaky. You look sneaky. I'd say Garan has some serious leverage over him. Leverage? Like what? Wish I knew, but it seems like Dirk knows. I tried to press up at him about it, but he wouldn't say. Come think of it, Dirk did say. Nahuta is suffering. If that's the case, I bet Nahuta doesn't really want to go through with Dirk's prosecution. So So then you believe me? You believe in my son's innocent? What the? Your poor son in prison for a crime he didn't commit. Let's petition the government for his release and a declaration of innocence. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm afraid in your debt. Who's that? Hey there, Mrs. Inmi. Hard at work, I see. Yes, I have my own battle that I must wage. After all, there are many who suffer under the Defense Culpability Act. Mrs. Inmi, please don't forget about our case too. I won't. I will look into it as soon as I am able. That's what's Mrs. Inmi doing here. She's lending an ear to all those suffering under the regime's wrongful accusations. A lady whose husband's been imprisoned, parents whose son been falsely charged. She's helping all those types of people. So she's trying to help the revolution along in her own special way. Yep, and thanks to her, more and more folks are coming over to our side. All the people who have been unhappy with the regime have been waiting for just this chance. And they're starting to speak out in support of us. The people are responding and a grassroots movement is growing. Dirk's dream of revolution may finally come true. What should we do about the Founder's Orb? We'll probably run into the Royal Guards again the moment we leave this place. Well, we can't stay here forever, so we'll have to think of something. I've got it. Why don't you hold on to it, Dots? It should be safe here, right? If you can count on me, I'll get it back to you in time for tomorrow's trial at the Hall of Justice. Is this a good idea? I don't know. What now, Apollo? Well, we have got a handle on what happened 23 years ago. Maybe we should pay Derek a visit. There's something I want to show him. I'll join you. I want to talk to him before tomorrow's trial. Maybe I should wait here then. It'll attract undue attention if we go in too large of a group. Hey there, son. Came to see your old man again? Hi, Dirk. Guess they're done questioning you? Yeah, you'd think Naruto might cut his old man a little slack, but no. He really did lay into me. Seems they are really keen on recovering the Founder's Orb. When I wouldn't tell them where it was, he confiscated what few possessions I had left. Wait, Dirk's not wearing his attorney's badge? Thought you took that from him? He confiscated all my prized jailbreaking tools? What did you expect? I mean, no prosecutor in their right mind would let a prisoner keep stuff like that. Did he take your attorney's badge too? No, I thought it's strange, but just when it looked like he was going to take it from me, he changed his mind. Wonder why. Indeed, I find it hard to understand anything he does these days. Your Kurenist attorney's badge. You have worn it all these years even though all the lawyers are gone. Yes, because of the dragon's eye is the embodiment of my greed. To show the world that a dragon never yields, huh? Hey, Dirk. Why are you still wearing your badge? You're not a lawyer anymore, right? This badge is my heart and soul, son. I never stopped trying to realize my dream, not until my very last breath. A dragon never yields, right? Exactly. Naruto Apollo vowed to restore Korean's legal system to its rightful state one day. I want to pass on to you a world where you can live free from the fear of tyranny. He's always saying stuff like that to the two of us. Naruto, is the reason why you didn't take Dirk's badge? Because you still remember those talks too? I really hope that's what it is. Son, would you keep my badge for me? Are you sure? I can't take something so important to you. That's exactly why I want you to hold on to it, Apollo. I'm placing my fate in your hands. Alright, I'll make sure it stays safe. Wonder... Oh yeah, so now we have... Found this in the tomb, looks familiar. That's... Dirk, where did you find it? Down between the monk statue in the tomb. Is it yours, Dirk? It's something I bought. Why is suddenly acting all awkward? I wonder where I lost it. Let's have it. It's very important to me. Of course. I'll just make a note about it for the future reference.
And it belongs to a dark side with the victim's blood. Paula, remember how Inga said he had someone near to Dirk? Why don't you ask about that? Alright, I'll give it a try. What did the minister mean when he said he had someone dear to you in the palm of his hand? What's he talking about? Nahita seemed to know, but he wouldn't tell me anything. Well, I have no idea, so... Well, you have obediently followed his every word after he said that. So it seems to me the minister was in close proximity to someone you really care about. Oh, someone you really care about that is in Nahita? Wait, don't tell me. Is there a new lady in your life, Dirk? What? No, don't be ridiculous, son. The love of my life was Amara, but she's gone now and there will never be another. Okay. Ah, my bracelet. Wait, does this mean... Dirks, have you really not met somebody new? Let's see. Not moving. Don't see anything. Anything? You're supposed to look at his penis? Sure. Oh, it moved! Oh, it's yeah, okay, it's not like that. It's moving. Okay, one by one. Let's just one by one. This is not it. Let's watch the eye patch. Not seeing any movement. Wait. I actually am seeing movement. Dirk, you can't fool me. You tensed up when you said, but she's gone now. You can't consciously move your arm, causing something to press up against your jacket. How did you do that? Oh, so that's it. You're hiding a woman's photo up your sleeve. You don't have to keep secrets like that from me, Dirk. You're an eligible bachelor now, but you'll introduce her to me at some point, right? I keep telling you there's no other woman. Fine, then let's see it. What are you hiding up your sleeve? It's just this, satisfied? Huh? But that's the pendant we found in Amara's tomb. But I think... No, she doesn't have any pendant though. See, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Why did he tense up? Derek, let me take a look at that. Hey, what's this button for? Whoa. Well. It's a picture of Dirk and some lady, and she's really young looking. That's Amara, man. Mondale, are you into younger women, Dirk? You should know. Hey, Dirk, you old dog. You got yourself a younger lover. You need to stop with this nonsense. This is Amara before she died. If you look closer, you'll see that I was younger too. Hey, you're right. Oh, that's no fun. Wait a second, haven't we seen this woman before? Now that you mention it. Take that! The woman that is pendant is also the one in this photo. Apollo, where did you get this? From the safe in Inga's room? Apollo? This is Queen Amara. It had to have been taken at least 23 years ago. But that's just not possible. Yeah, just noticed the same thing. That's why this one can be 23 years old. Because of the... Take a look at the law book. It has the mark of the Defiant Dragons branded on it.
That mark didn't exist until after you started your revolutionary activities there. I think I know. Spirit channeling. Perhaps. This photo must have been taken after Karan came into power. That didn't happen until after Amara was assassinated. So then how could Amara even be in this photo? Wait a second, that would mean that Amara is still alive? Looks like you found me out, son. Wait, so it's actually true? Dirk? What do you mean Amara's still alive? I thought she'd been assassinated. So did I. But it seems she made it out alive, only to be held captive by the Garan regime. Why would they do that? When I fled from the law and went underground 23 years ago, I heard some shocking news from a Divine Dragon spy. There were rumors of Queen Amara being sighted in the palace. And those rumors turned out to be true. Yes, I snuck into the palace to see for myself. She was confined within the grounds, but otherwise she was as fit as a fiddle. So then this sarcophagus in the tomb, it's empty? Yes, that entire tomb is a one big charade. Garan had it built to stage Amara's death. So we're not going to be cursed by her vengeful spirit. That's a relief. She was being held under virtual house arrest. So I freed her and we made a run for it. This photo was taken back then. Look at how they're both grinning from ear to ear. There's a fingerprint on the medal part. I guess Dirk must have left it by accident. Ooh, Mr. Sanmari, I want to hear all about how you ran away with the Queen Amara. Send me the victim's blood and fingerprint. I'm surprised Amara agreed to run away with you. I mean, Kara must have told her that you tried to kill her. Tried to convince her that I wasn't the one who set the place. She believed you. She said, and I quote, "I shall accompany you, so I may ascertain the truth myself." She always was a tough one to read. I bet she was thrilled you came to her rescue, Mr. Sanmari. To be set free by your beloved, it's like something out of a fairy tale. Yeah, well, there's no happily ever after once Garan's people caught up with us. They took Amara away to who knows where. I snuck back into the palace and searched high and low for her, but to no avail. They probably moved her to some remote mountain prison or the like. Dirk, does Nahuta know about this? He knows she's his true mother. I told him as much. Wait, is that why Nahuta is following Karan's orders? Most likely. So then do you think that deep down he doesn't really want to prosecute you? Well, he's not the one to show his feelings. Lately, I have no idea what he's thinking. Apollo, we need to grill this queen about Amara when we have the chance. I was wondering about something. The little baby the lady's holding, is that Prosecutor Sanmari? Not necessarily, it could just as well be me. After all, we're only 1 year apart. I don't know, I mean, the kid in the picture is too cute to be you. Let's start this by asking Dirk himself. Oh, I think I need to present. Dirk, about the cute little kid in this photo, is that me? Huh? What are you talking about? See, I told you it was Prosecutor Sanmari. Oh, I see. Well, either way, it's not you, son. So then, if it's Nahuta, it was taken where he was about a year old, right? And that would mean you ran away with Amara around 22 or 23 years ago. You're pretty good with numbers, son. Impressive. Huh? What kind of answer is that? It changed again? Kiriko-san, there's something else I need to tell you, something very important. What is it, Dirk? I've never seen you act so serious before. So what's this something important you have to tell me? This is not even you. Even if you manage to prove me innocent tomorrow, I don't have long to live. Huh?
What are you talking about? What I mean is, I can already hear the Twilight Realm calling my name. There's no escaping death now that it has its sights set on me. What? Is this another one of your jokes? I wish it was. You can't fool me, Dirk. That's a strange. Why isn't my president reacting? Are you sick? It's something like that, so you're not joking. I'm afraid not, son, sorry. Isn't there a cure? Or at least some sort of treatment? Unfortunately not for what I've got. If you need some kind of surgery, I'll work hard until I can pay for it. So, please. It's too late, there's nothing more to be done now. But you always said dragon never yields, so why are you giving up now? Hello, I'm sorry. I really am. I don't understand. What is this happening now? Dirk, why? Listen, Apollo, I've got a favor to ask of you. Would you keep quiet about this? I don't want my fellow dragons to find out. They lose all hope if they knew I was dying. Would you do that for me? Of course. What is this happening now? Just when I was finally starting to feel like you really are mine. I thought that this time we'd finally, but now? Damn it, why? Hollow. Listen, son, I don't have much longer to live, and I'll never let them execute me. Not before I finish what I need to do. I know, Dirk, there's no way I'm going to let them prove you guilty. Before he goes, I'm going to turn back time by righting the wrongs that have been done. I'm going to restore Dirk's freedom. And return a real smile to Nahuta's face. I'm going to win this case, I just have to. Son, I have one more big secret. What? There's something else you've been hiding from me? I'm afraid I can't tell you what it is. I'd be betraying a certain someone if I did. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Forgive me, you just have to find out for yourself. It's the only way. I don't understand, Dirk. Apollo, in court tomorrow. You may find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. But I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that because I believe in you. You're my son after all. Dirk, what is he talking about? Wait, he's not going to reveal that he actually is the killer, is he? Looks like we run out of things to discuss. Apollo, are you okay? I'm fine. Free him now. Release Dirk. What's going on out there? Sounds like the party's getting started without me. Huh? It's coming from the temple. Let's go, Apollo, and take a look. Temple? Whoa, what is all this? Oh!
Ow, ow, ow! Let go, will ya?
What are they?
Huh? Well, look at that. The people are coming to take their courts back.
Don't hold back, man! Arrest them all!
Dirk belongs to the people. Give him back. Yeah, where are you holding him? Quite damn you. They have my big sister too, but she didn't do anything wrong. Ouch. Yeah, stop pulling my hair. Release my son. Release him now. Stop that. No biting. This is really something. It looks like that Marius in me are leading the charge. You unenlightened fools. Do you honestly think this will change anything? UT, why do you keep serving that witch Garan? Ah, it's... Hey Nahuta. You again? What's going on here? It would appear that the insurgents are fanning the flames of rebellion. But I never thought it would grow so large. However, they will all be under arrest shortly. Reinforcements are almost here. Could be arrested just for protesting? They are aiding and abetting a criminal by seeking his release. Her Eminence Queen Karan has ordered they be arrested and judged en masse. What? weren't you once a member of the Defiant Dragons too? How don't you go along with this? I am simply following the orders that Her Eminence has handed down. No, it can't be as simple as that. Listen, Nahita, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hey, you're not getting away this time. Need to talk. I see there's no reasoning with you. Very well, then speak. Nahita, do you really have to serve as prosecutor on Dirk's case? I mean, prosecuting your own flesh and blood, it's just not right. I came with this trivial. Your ethical standards are not the be-all and all of the world around you. Not getting her into another debate with him. Nahita, did you know that Dirk is sick? What? He apparently doesn't have that much longer to live. If found guilty, he probably won't even make it until his execution day. What are you talking about? Knowing this, are you still prepared to send an already dying man to his grave? Well, enough with the Zen monk act, Nahita. Tell me how you really feel. Mr. Justice, each person is born with a role to fulfill, and I must fulfill mine. But I'm not convinced that taking Dirk to trial is part of your lot in life. As for why you've been at Garon's every beck and call, I think I might have the answer. Nahita, you know the truth about your mother, don't you? About how the former queen is still alive and being held somewhere? So Dirk told you, did he? Yes, it's true. My mother was spirited away to some remote corner of this kingdom to keep her safe from harm. Safe from harm? But Dirk said the Garan regime is holding her captive. No, they are keeping her safe. So you don't know where Amara is being held. I only know that in some secluded hideaway where visitors are not allowed. I have heard she leads a simple life, akin to that of a monastic disciples. Sure sounds like she's been held captive to me. Listen, Nahita, aren't you really doing the queen's bidding? Because she's holding Amara captive? And this whole thing with Dirk? You know he didn't really kill Inga, don't you? Dirk doesn't have much longer to live, so I want to help him however I can. This time, it's our turn. It's our turn to help Dirk however we can. What you speak of is futile. Let it go and move on. The guilty verdict, the hopelessness, you must resign yourself to it all. Clinging to a false hope now will only serve to magnify your future despair. So let it go and move on. Nahita, are you really going to just roll over on this? I have no more time for idle chatter. Must be prepared for tomorrow's trial. Now if you'll excuse me. Apollo, a sense of whirlpool of emotions coming from within Prosecutor Satmati just now. Anger, shock, bewilderment, and an icy sorrow as deep and dark as an abyss. Yeah, pick up on that too. Looks like Dirk really won't be the only one who will need my help tomorrow. It's about time to pay Queen Garan another visit and ask her about her sister Amara. Olin's chamber. The royal guard isn't around. That is other Hui. You cannot continue to deceive the people like that. Rayfa, justice is much more than simply speaking the truth. Is that Princess Rayfa and Queen Garan over there? You deceive me too, mother. How will I ever believe a word you say again? You nincompoop. You're benevolent. I couldn't help but over here. You impudent. Ow. Are you okay, Mr. Wright? I can't believe she actually punched you. Yeah, I'm used to it by now. What's the matter with the princess? It sounded like she was arguing with her mother. Maybe it has something to do with this picture. Rayfa said she had to ask her mother about some secret or another as soon as she saw it. So then, does that mean the Princess Rayfa knows what really happened? That Amara wasn't assassinated and is still very much alive? Would seem so, and she doesn't seem to be taking Garan lies very well. But that's no surprise considering how much Rayfa reveres her mother. Eavesdropping RV, how very rude. You there, are you not Dirk's son? Oh, nice to meet you, Your Eminence. We're actually here to speak with you. If you would spare a moment. Your Eminence, Dirk told me about Amara. About how she's still alive, that is. We know not of what you speak. After Dirks learned Amara was still alive, he rescued her and they ran off together. She was captured and remains captive in a secret location to this day. As for Nahita doing your bidding, it's only because Amara's life is in your hand. Oh, what an active imagination you have. Lorena, comedian, how droll. Whoa, where did they come from? Anyway, if she's gonna play dumb, I just have to jog her memory with some evidence. Your Eminence, I asked that you had to take a look at this photo. Why, it's a photo of Amara. And here you can see a law book bearing the mark of the Defiant Dragons. Do you know what that means? Very well. Royal Guard, stand down. Yes, Your Eminence. Your wish is our command. Seems there's no need to perpetrate this charade any longer. We shall speak of all we know. So then you admit that Amara's still alive? Yes, she's under our protection in a safe location. I think you mean being held prisoner. Where is she being kept? Oh, now I would be a tell the son of a traitor that. Yes, she has a point there. Now heed our warning, Horn Devil. It would not be wise to inform the people that Amara yet lives. It would only serve to plunge public order into chaos. I have no intention of doing that. Besides, there are real terrorists out there who might try to kill her. Good. Now there was something we have been meaning to ask of you. You know what has become of the Famous Orb? The Famous Orb went missing after Dirks took it into a tomb. As his son, we thought you might know something of its current whereabouts. I knew it. Suppose I should not thank you for that free running tour of grain. Was the Royal Guard's own doing? Nice try, lady. But now you're definitely not getting the orb ever. Why do you want the orb so bad anyway? Because it would be most dangerous in the wrong hands. Must be recovered. Is the legend true? Can the orb really impart spiritual power? Are you worried that someone could overthrow you with it? The Holy Mother's power is without equal. Should Her Holiness once again return to our world, she could conceivably bestow great power upon the one who unlocked the orb's secret. This makes sense, considering spirit channeling is a fact of life here. So we ask you, Horn Devil, did you receive the Famous Orb from Dirk? Does it look like I did? So you like to play games, do you? Royal Guard? Yes, Your Eminence? Such is Devil and his belongings. What? At once, Your Eminence. Don't move. You're only making this harder than on yourself. Yikes. Hey, cut it out. Don't strip here. Stop resisting. Just submit to us to a strip search already. No, wait. Hey, cut it out. Rest in pieces, my poor tattered dignity. There's no sign of the Famous Orb, Your Eminence. So you have hidden it somewhere. No matter. You shall recover it in one way or another once you are found guilty of abetting the accused. It was right, she really is a pen on getting the orb. Mother? Looks like the prince is back. I took a stroll to try to calm myself, but I still find this situation unacceptable. People must be informed about Queen Amara. So she does know about that. If you do not yet possess a clear grasp of how a government and its people interact, there will always be secrets that must be kept from the ignorant masses. You have a little faith in our people, Mother. It is the royal priestess' duty to always speak the truth. And as such, I cannot remain silent. I will not. The truth you say, your mind has been poisoned by the barbed one. It was an honor and pleasure, Your Eminence. We must speak with our child. It's a mother's duty to discipline her child after all. Now if you will excuse us, discipline coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Well, Paul, let's head back to the safe house for now. Good idea, we need to go over what we have found and collect our thoughts. Oh, you're back? Thank you for holding down the 4th Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. Sorry it took so long. Hope you weren't too bored. I watched the Plum Punisher Warrior of the Neo Twilight Realm while you were gone. My verdict is, it's on a rage, especially its theme song. Even worse, the people here believe it's an original Kuranese show. Can you believe it? I'm not sure what he's babbling about, but at least it seems he wasn't bored. Moving along to the things that actually matter, we have gathered about all the information and evidence we can concerning this case. Next time we go over everything we have learned so far. The Orb trial, Maya's abduction, and the murder of the mastermind behind all, Justice Minister Inga. It's a lot to consider. Think you have all the facts straight in your head? Yep, I got it covered, Mr. Wright. The truth about what really went down, that's going to be the problem. Yeah, it's like the more we learn about this case, the less we understand. I agree, there's a deep darkness enveloping this case. I'm almost afraid of what we will find once we lift that black well. Suffice to say, the real killer is actually waiting underneath. The real killer, huh? Now that's the million-dollar question. Who killed Inga and why? Think Apollo, who would you say had a motive to commit this crime? I, for one, am drowning in a complete blank. I want to know how the killer slipped into a tomb, killed Inga, and slipped back out. Without ever being seen, that's a bona fide locked room mystery right there. It's the Queen, man. It's the Queen. Well, we collected plenty of evidence and statements. Just hope the rest comes out in court. It'll be a thinner tightrope than usual, that's for sure. This case has one big fly in the ointment. In order to prove they're completely innocent, we'll also have to exonerate him of the crime committed 23 years ago. Amara's supposed assassination. Right, we know Amara's still alive, but Dirk could still be charged with plotting to kill her. We couldn't discover the truth even after over 2 decades of investigating. So our biggest hurdle is going to be the complete lack of evidence. The fire made sure of that. Mr. Wright, have you ever won a case without any evidence? No, that's one thing I've never done before. A trial, unprecedented, even decorated. I had notes of the Wright Anything Agency. Still, I can't help but wonder, was there really no evidence left behind? And we can't forget about the Defense Culpability Act. Those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In short, if Dirk is found guilty and is sentenced to death, we are likely to join him in a very public execution. Yeah. Beat the charges or to die. Look how crazy the upside-down legal system is this anyway. Don't worry, I can ask anyone. I can ask someone as young as you to risk your life, Athena. But tomorrow it will just be me and Apollo on the court floor. But you can support us by watching from this gallery. What? No! I wanna help. I'm part of the agency too, after all. Sorry, but this is a direct order from your boss. Plus, there's Prosecutor Black Quill to think of. He said he'd use me for sword practice if I put you in harm's way. Simon. Well, at least promise me this. You two promise me you'll make it back alive. Make it back alive, huh? What's with that face, Apollo? You never inspire confidence in your client like that. And will play right into the prosecution's hands. Remember, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're right. Even when it seems hopeless, or when there's not a shred of evidence to be found, we can never let it show on our face, right? But will I actually be able to do that tomorrow? When push comes to shove, will I be able to force my biggest smile? Perfect timing. Perfect timing. I think I am done for today. For sure. I am so tired. But tomorrow we shall do the trial. Alright? So I wish you all a happy Monday. Thanks for watching. And I catch you all tomorrow, right? Bye-bye.